Good morning. Welcome to the October 4th, 2018 meeting of the Architectural Review Board at the City of Palo Alto. Would the staff please call the roll?
Good morning. Board Member Chair Firth.
Here.
Vice Chair Balte is absent, likely to be here in a moment.
We're expecting him later.
Yes. Board Member Thompson. Here. Board Member Liu.
Here.
Board Member Guyer.
Here.
Thank you.
The first item is oral communications. This is a time for anybody who wishes to speak to a matter not on today's agenda, but within the scope of what the ARB does. Speak. I don't have any speaker cards. Is there anybody in the audience who wishes to speak at this point? Seeing none. Agendas, changes, additions, and deletions. Staff.
Yes, we would like to ask that the 429 University project be moved to first on the agenda. It is the third hearing for that project, and so we do normally take those first. We have notified the applicants and interested parties as best we know of that time change. I do, however, have a card for 3705 El Camino. A resident would like to speak about that project, and I don't know if they can stay if that's the second item.
And what's the name on that?
Noah?
Noah, are you present? Yes. Could you wait through the first matter and speak in the second?
Need to go to work by about 9, 10.
Well, I would suggest that we open that hearing just for the purposes of receiving your comment, then we'll close it, and then we'll hear the rest of it later. So, with the consent of the board, this is on 3705 El Camino, is that right? So I'm going to open that hearing for the limited purposes of hearing from Noah Fidel? If you could pronounce your name properly and spell it for the record before you start, that'd be helpful to our transcriber.
It's Noah Fidel, F-I-E-D-E-L.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much for letting me speak and get off to work. I appreciate everyone's patience. I'm a local neighbor. I live on Wilton Ave. I'm in favor of this project. I think affordable housing is a great thing. I love having a diverse community. I have two requests for the ARB that I think are kind of neutral in terms of cost to the project. I'm not asking for any major concessions from the developer, but I think will help both this project fit in better with the neighborhood as well as future projects fit in better with the neighborhoods. So the first one is regarding parking and parking studies. So I've read the, I believe it's Fair and Peers studies in great detail. And I think they're really missing the critical aspect of people who park on the street. So the first parking study, I'm not sure if everybody's read this in detail, didn't attempt in any way.
No, I should have warned you that you have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Yep. So the first study didn't attempt to count cars on the street. The revised study interviewed 7 residents of the Mark in downtown.
Oh, thank you.
Only 7 residents in terms of attempting to count the cars on the street. If you go over 1 block from this development on Kirtner Ave, the street is 100% parked every single evening. And by the methodology of this study, that street is perfectly parked with an abundance of parking. So I would simply ask the DMV through the regular records request asks like FOIA for the street for each of those vehicles parked on the street where they're registered. Right, it'd be very easy for a study to be able to go down the street, collect a bunch of license plates, and see if those cars are registered to residents that live there. So I'm simply asked that we're honest with ourselves about where these cars are registered. Right now, the current parking studies don't make any attempt to actually track parking demand on the street. So I don't think that will change the Wilton court project, but I think it's just important for us to have a good energy between residents and developers that we're honest with those numbers. The second one is regarding the traffic flow specifically of, I believe, the 3700 Wilton court project. The parking study the traffic study from Fair and Peers asserted that there was roughly a net 8 cars per day increase in traffic. But what it didn't account for is that currently all of that traffic, 100% of the traffic to those 2 parcels enters and exits on El Camino Real. And this is moving 100% of that traffic flow onto Wilton Ave, which is a 2-block residential street. And if you look at 60 residents, that's equivalent to probably 30 or 40 houses. So this is going to be a 50-60% increase in traffic on Wilton Ave by moving all of that commercial traffic that's currently, again, on El Camino Real to Wilton. So I don't think it would cost anything more to keep the traffic entering and exiting on El Camino Real. There's already a large curb cut there. And so I think, especially as we do more and more development along El Camino Real, with larger scale, higher density development, I think you're going to kind of run into this over and over again. We're not going to be the only ones. Where I think if you can encourage high density development to have traffic come in and out of those developments on the high density street, that'll really keep the peace and hopefully keep people in kind of good relations and good neighbors with one another. So I think those are my main two comments. Please really just go for honest parking studies. I'm a scientist and an engineer. If I read a study that did this in an accurate way, I'd be completely happy to take it at face value. And I do take those studies as honest face value studies. But this study made no attempt until the most recent round to count, again, street parking. And it did that by interviewing 7 people at the Mark, one of the most expensive downtown.
I think we have your point on that. I wanted to add, and thank you very much. We really appreciate coming. I wanted to add that Board Member Liu is on the committee that's working on the Ventura, what do you call it, area plan? So he will be listening to what you say with great interest and
thank you very
thinking
much.
about it. Take
really
care.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to close this hearing on item number 3705 and reopen it later in today's meeting. And instead, we will next go to item number, 4? Right, which is a public hearing on 429 University Avenue. I will not participate in this at the request of the applicant, who alleged through her attorney that I was biased with respect to this project. Board Member Baltes has also stepped down on this matter, so we will proceed with the remaining members who fortunately provide a quorum.
Okay, so item number 4, which we will hear first, is 429 University Avenue. It's a public hearing for a quasi-judicial item. Recommendation on applicant's request for approval of a minor architectural review consistent with the condition of approval number 3 for a previously approved mixed-use building, requiring architectural review board approval for the proposed west elevation wall design, landscape details, and exterior building materials, colors, and craftsmanship. And the environmental assessment is the use of mitigated negative declaration prepared for the parcel. The zone district is CDC-GP, which is our downtown commercial district with the ground floor and pedestrian shopping overlay. And our project planner is Adam Peterson. Welcome, Adam.
All right. Good morning, Chair Liu, members of Architectural Review Board. I'm here today to present the condition compliance for 429 University Avenue. As Chair Liu noted, this project was approved by City Council on February 6, 2017. There is a condition that I come back to the ARB for evaluation of 3 items. The ARB heard this in September, in August and then September, and continued it to this hearing and specifically requested evaluation of 4 things. The first thing was the building color. Second thing was the landscaping. The board wanted additional landscaping on the 4th floor. The third item was in regards to the west wall design to integrate that better with the building. And then the last item was to provide accurate, higher quality visual renderings. So the applicant has come back in regards to the building color, and they have lightened the gray as well as the beige color. That material is actually on the, those colors are on the materials board that's been submitted to the ARB. The top pullout, if you notice on that materials board, is actually lighter than what's underneath. The colors that are underneath have been previously evaluated by the ARB, and the top ones are in fact lighter. The other change that the applicant did make is that they made the colors consistent between the floors. The first 2 floors have the beige color, and then the upper 2 floors, the 3rd and the 4th the third and the fourth floor are gray in color. Previously, there are some alternating colors in between the floors, but all the floors are consistent now between the elevations. In regards to the landscaping that came back to the board, the applicants proposed 16 new planters on the fourth story. These planters are located outside of a glass railing that is set back 5 feet from the edge of the building. The planters are anchored to the building. Those planters, the applicant gave us information on those planters this morning. There's photos that the board has that shows those planters. The applicants also included a new trellis at the rear of the building to better support the growing vine that faces the Lane 30 alley. And they've also increased the size of the planters on the first floor, as well as the diameter of the planters on the third floor, just to enlarge them and make them bigger. Regarding the west wall design, the applicant has come back with an alternative proposal that includes some beige and gray banding on the stucco on the fourth floor. This mimics the color scheme that's found in the rest of the building. You can see here in the elevation. The applicant also included a note that they are retaining their original proposal of having the uplifting tree motif as well as an option for the ARB to consider. But again, they've come back with this proposal with gray and beige banding. Regarding the visual renderings, the applicants come back with visual renderings. This is the rendering from University Avenue. You can see the west wall design that they've included with the beige and the grayish and beige banding that reflects the color scheme that's found in the building. And again, this is another rendering with trees and what it looks like with the trees along University Avenue. They've also included a rendering from the alley, from a bird's eye view from the Lane 30 alley, just to give a perspective of what the building would look like from that elevation. And with that information, staff's recommendation is that the board recommend approval with the conditions to the Director of Planning and Community Environment. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So now it's the time for the applicant presentation, and you'll have 10 minutes.
Good morning, board members. My name is Laura Roberts. I'm with Co-Architects. I'm here to present the 429 University Avenue project. Thank you for taking the time to review this project one more time. And we really appreciate your work to provide recommendations on to improve the design of the building. So this is how we understand your recommendations. The first item that we have addressed is color. And as Adam was expressing earlier, we have differentiate the first two floors that are the commercial and retail portion of this building with a beige color, and then this third and fourth floor, which are recessed in the facade with a gray color. In the materials board that we are presenting today, the colors are a little bit lighter. However, it's our preference to keep the original colors that we presented to you last time, as we understand that in an integrated concrete color, which is what we are specifying for this building, there's slag added in replacement of the cement. So that will make the concrete pale with time, and the tones will lighter with time. So if we start with a very light color, we feel like it will lose its continuity with the other columns that are around University Avenue. The other item that we addressed was to increase the areas devoted to landscape by increasing the amount of planters on the fourth floor. We have added 16 planters to the terrace around the perimeter guardrail. We have also increased the size of the planters proposed on the first floor, third floor, and fourth floor as well. we think that these modifications, in terms of the landscape, will help to soften the edges of the building. As Adam showed earlier, we are also proposing a second option for the west wall. In this option, we are bringing the lines that are currently in the other three facades along this fourth facade, and we are using the same colors that we are using in the rest of the building. So we're trying to create some depth in that facade instead of just being a plank wall. That's as an alternative, as we still like to present as an option the tree motif. And finally, we have these two renders that are in front of you, showing a view from University Avenue and another one from Lane 30. We are here with the team. Bill Brown, which is our concrete contractor, is here to answer any questions regarding color or the mix or how it's created. We have Peter Coe and Elizabeth Won to answer any other questions that the board might have. So please let us know. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I do have one speaker card for the project, which is Michael Harbour, and you will have 3 minutes. And then we'll go back to the applicant. You'll have a rebuttal period. Excuse me.
Please don't start the timer until I can get out of here. Can you, hi Julie, can you bring up the slideshow? That's fine, yeah. I can't quite see. It's down on the bottom. I don't have glasses on, so. I don't either. There you go, okay. All right. Thank you. So as you know, the buildings that are...
Can you lower the mic?
Yeah, I'm Michael Harbour, and I'm one of the appellants here for this project. As you know, 5 buildings are slated for destruction, and they're at the intersection of Kipling Street and University Avenue. Kipling Street is the most narrow street in downtown Palo Alto, and almost half that of Waverly and Bryant. So this proposed mammoth 4-story building really overshadows that. Of those buildings that are there, despite the applicant telling you falsely that they are not Burge-Clark buildings, they are. These are listed in the paloaltoheritage.org website. You can go to that site, and that you should recall that the HRB unanimously 5-0 rejected this proposed project. And here's all the addresses that are Burge-Clark buildings: 423, 425, 429, 433, and 437. The City Council motion requirements were a little bit gleamed over here by Adam, in addition to what they say is the western wall and design landscaping, which you need to review. They also say that you should review the building materials, colors, craftsmanship-related detailing associated with the project, and then the motion from the City Council, and I have it in red. The purpose is to ensure, this is what the purpose of the motion was, to ensure the ARB reviews the exterior materials and colors and architectural details to improve design linkages. Please don't forget that when you are evaluating this building. That's the purpose of this. And there was also the strong recommendation that the ARB consider recessed pedestrian entries to improve the pedestrian experience of the building. That's in the motion. It has not continued to be told to you, but you can go to the motion and look at that. So this project is subject to actual project matching option 1, which is the schematic which you're looking at. I took some photos of 102 University Avenue, which shows the planters there. I want you to know that it is just impractical to think that a vine's going to go up multi-stories. They've been having trouble with that vine at that site for years. Here's what's there right now, and that building's been there for years. You can see the bottom of the planter right there. It's ugly, it's corroded, it's always wet and moldy. Here's design, construction, and materials for you. The existing building is poor. Look at all the cracking, the cement that's falling apart. It's not aging well, so the design construction is poor. Those brackets that are there against the windows are in inefficient, I think, and don't look well, and this is what they're proposing there. The submitted plan, which you are looking at, is not option number 1. So, and that is a requirement here. The applicant fired her original architect, Joe Palo, who has disavowed this plan publicly. And the design and landscaping is different than the original submission. Here you see just landscaping up on her rendering on the right-hand side on the 4th floor, and this is what was proposed to the ARB as option 1 to be approved by the city. So this is a mammoth 4-story building. It's going from basically a 1.0 FAR to 3. It disregards the mandated design linkages that you're obligated to look at. The mass and size is incompatible with neighboring buildings, and it's not pedestrian friendly. The back side of that building is going to be a solid cement wall, which obscures the alleyway. There's a business there that uses that as its entry, so they have to just look at this garage opening and solid wall, and the pedestrian unfriendliness is maintained. So our request is to reject this current design proposal. There's been no significant improvement since the City Council motion was passed over 20 months ago. We ask you to return to the City Council with your comments. The City Council will have the final approval on this. This is going back to the City Council. The director does not approve this project, so it's your specific recommendations which are necessary to go to the City Council. And please don't put your stamp of approval on this design. You guys are much better than this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harbour. The applicant, you do have a rebuttal period of 10 minutes.
Good morning, members of the ARB. My name is Elizabeth Wong. I am the applicant, and I have to say that this project has gone through many people and stages of the city. It started off with Curtis Williams when he was the director of planning. It went through Hillary Giltelman, Amy French, Jonathan Late, and an enormous amount of work by the staff of planning, as well as external consultants. DUDEC, in particular, spent an enormous amount of time making sure that this building conformed with the guidelines of and codes of the city. I think that I have with me and Bill Brown. He is the founder of Bill Brown Construction, who does the very exquisite personalized concrete that you see at 102 University. 102 University has been published in this book. It's called City by Design, and it praises the design, the materials of the building, and I think that Joseph Palomo would have been terribly hurt, appalled, and would refute the comments that Michael Harbour made. I did not fire Joseph Palomo. We are in very good terms. In fact, we are partners in this 102 University building. So the appellant is bringing up things that are totally irrelevant to this hearing. Bill Brown is here because I would like him to explain to you a little bit about the concrete, which is the feature of this 429 University project.
Good morning. My name is Bill Brown, and I'm the owner of Bill Brown Construction Company. Our specialty is concrete work, and particularly architectural work. I worked with Joe Palomo on 102 University, and my only rebuttal would be that if any concrete building you look at, you can pick apart, you can find flaws, you can find things that are failing. My overall opinion of that, being in concrete for over 40 years, is that it's holding up pretty well. It's a simple design, and simplicity is basically what the building that we're doing at 429 incorporates a lot of the simplicity, very, very clean lines, and we're expressing the concrete, which to me, I'm someone who loves the look of freeway overpasses, so, but it has a beauty to it. Just simple, pure concrete has a beauty to it. This is refined. We're using very refined formwork and very clean joinery. with our formwork. We basically build cabinets and pour concrete into it. Regarding the window brackets, the windows on 429 University will not have those brackets. We have a completely different window system. So if you want to take building to building, I think we should take relevant issues on the building. We are using 2 different colors of concrete, which breaks up some of the mass on the building as far as a visual mass, and also to the point of the fading of the concrete. The sun will tend to burn out the colors over time. So, and you might get more burnout on a southwest side in this area than you would on the northeast side. So you're going to have a variability in the color, which I think is very attractive. Because concrete is a natural material, all the pigments are natural materials, it will be very attractive.
Thank you. Any other comments from the applicant's side? Okay, then we will bring it back to the board. Who wants to start? Yes. Ozma.
Hi there. Thank you for your updated package. I appreciate the renders that you provided. They were a lot more helpful for me just to understand how this project actually is in the setting. You know, because before it was a little unclear how it was acting. I will say I actually like the massing as it is right now of the building. I think it's stepped back enough that I think in that sense the massing works. But I think what's interesting that comes out in the render is that there is a disconnect in. So I feel like the massing is good on its own. There's a disconnect when you see it in the context. The adjacent building's upper line is lower than the upper line of the, is lower than the upper line of the second story of the building, and so there's a clash of relationships when it comes to the adjacent structure. So in terms of considering the context and the lines that are coming out of the context, I don't think that this massing actually works, even if on its own, when you're not looking at the context, it looks fine. So that's one issue I have with it. Now that I see the renders, I can see that. Another thing is that there is so much detail in the adjacent structures, and a simple clean line building maybe looks great in a highway, but in a neighborhood that is extremely detailed. And I'm just looking at this render here in option A and option B, the lower one from University, that you have all this level of detail, and to just break it and have something that is reliant entirely on a single material without much undulation, it's really just kind of a flat wall. It's a little bit of a stark contrast, and I think it does a bit of a disservice to the neighborhood character on its own. I think neighborhood character is best improved when there is extra detail. There's a lot of pedestrian activity. You want human scale, hand scale levels of detail, and this design does not have that. So that's another issue I have with it now that I can see it in context. And it's a little dangerous because I'm worried it would, if more structures take away things that have great amount of detail, replace it with stuff that has less detail, then I think a street suffers because of that. I do appreciate that the planters have been added. I did see in the plan view with the red markup, for some reason the plan view made it look like it was very lush, but then when I see the render, it still seems a little lacking in terms of the color, but I still appreciate that more planting was added, so I'll say that. This image is also a little hard to read in terms of, it's hard to see if the corner detail is actually clean or not. It looks like, in terms of the craftsmanship, there's a bit of a it looks like an error on the corner there. Let me see if I have any other comments.
Yeah, and also please comment on the west wall.
Yes. So for the west wall design, I still like option A a little bit more because it has more detail than option B. At the same time, option A still doesn't integrate with the rest of the building. So a bit of a stalemate here. Option B better integrates with the building because it is simpler, but I think that's not the point. I think the point is to have more detail. And so I would still say option A is my preferred option. At the same time, I still do not see that the applicant has actually integrated it with the rest of the building. Landscape. And in terms of the color, I do see that you chose lighter colors. I noted here that you still prefer the dark colors. I think I could be swayed either way for that. There's a very subtle difference in these colors anyway. So even though it's minimally lighter, it doesn't feel like they're actually lighter at all. Okay, I think that's all I'll say for now.
Okay, Robert.
Okay. I've been with this project since it first came to us, and so I've seen all kinds of iterations of it. And I guess we're down to a point now where I'm supposed to make a decision which one of whether it's option A or option B, right? That's pretty much my limit. I can't discuss what I think of the entire project itself. I mean, the problem I have is that since, I mean, for quite a few iterations, I think because the building is so massive that if you're going to try and make it to creatively bring the perceived mass down, I think there needs to be a total disconnect between the third and fourth, or the third, fourth floor and the first and second floor, so that it becomes two different entities. So of that, I guess option A is not that I'm a fan of either option, because I just don't think we're helping the community by with this design. But be that as it may, if I have to select one or the other, I would select option A, because it does create that separation where bringing the beige color up to the third and fourth floor I don't think helps. It just creates additional massing.
Thank you, Robert. Okay. So Board Member Thompson, I think you had mentioned massing, and I think the massing is not on the table today. So like the previous ARB recommendation was a no, and then the council, it was appealed and the council heard it. And they're limiting us to just the materials and colors and landscape. They actually made some changes to the massing directly. Like they required the railings to be pushed back on the fourth floor. They required one room on the corner to be moved to reduce the perceived mass at the corner. So they made some adjustments to that, but basically I think that that's off of, the massing in general is off the table. They considered it approvable at their level. So, so to the applicant, I want to say thank you for the revised packet. I think it was very useful to do, a very useful exercise to do. I think I do still prefer option A with the trees motif on the west wall. Even though it's a little bit different than the rest of the building, I think that there's sort of an inspired idea there, and I think that can work. On landscape, I do like the larger planters, and also that the green screen on the back wall, I think will help the vine to grow up taller. And I do appreciate the larger planters. And on the colors, so I think on the colors, I think Board Member Thompson, you mentioned they were slightly different. I actually think they're pretty different. I think it's more, would be more noticeable out in the field. I think the stucco colors are more different than the concrete colors. And I've done integral color, and I do understand it's a pretty dramatic fade in the sun in the first year, oftentimes. But like the painted stucco, I think it won't fade quite so much. My main concern though was with like a dark gray, like a dark gray can help reduce the perceived bulk of the building. And I've seen they're building new buildings out there that have like dark charcoal up on the top floor to make them recess. My main fear was that it was going to be so different than the neighboring buildings that it was really going to stand out. So that's where I am on this one. I think I could go either way with the concrete color, and then my hunch is to split the difference on the stucco. It depends on the stucco texture, because you get shadow from the stucco, and it darkens the perceived color. So I could go either way on that one. I can recommend approval of this project today. I think the board's previous decision, which is a no, still stands, and then we're only looking at these particular items. And so I will leave it to my fellow board members to try to come up with a motion.
When you said the earlier no stands, what does that mean exactly? You said the previous no from the ARB.
Yeah, so I mean, that was, the board made a recommendation of no, and the council decided to approve the project.
Was it on this design?
It was a previous design by Joe Bellomo. Well, actually, so if we go back even farther, the board approved a Ken Hayes design. That was appealed, right? I mean, I'm getting, this has been going on for so long, I can't remember. But, so the board's approved one project. It was revised by a different architect.
Okay.
Two or three architects. So anyway, so this is where we are today. And I think that the council was, Adam, correct me wrong, I think the council was divided, it was like 5-4 decision, with council member Filseth as the deciding vote, thinking that the project was, if under threat of a lawsuit, that it was just, it would barely pass. Like it could pass going through item by item in our context-based criteria. So.
What do you think, Board Member Guvier?
I mean, if I have to make a selection between option A and option B, I could do that. I voted against this project this go around. I have a hard time now saying, yes, some very minor changes were made, but not enough for me to go from a negative vote to a positive vote. So it's real tough for me to now approve this project because of this. So if I'm asked to make a selection between option A and option B, I can do that. Asking me to approve the project, I can't do that.
I would predict that the council has already approved the project.
Pardon me?
I would say that the council has approved the project, like the overall mass of the project and the.
Okay.
And they went through the
so
context-based criteria.
Project, or I should say, if the proposal, whatever you want to call it, is worded so that we're not discussing anything other than option A or option B, I can make a vote. Other than that, I would just vote no.
Board members, just to confirm what Chair Liu is saying, the City Council has approved the massing of the building, the main parts of the building. We are literally just talking about 3 items, being the west wall, being landscaping, and being color and materials. Those are the only things that are part of this application and part of this recommendation.
Is there detailing as part of that?
It's exterior building materials, colors, and craftsmanship.
Well, see, then you get into a situation, craftsmanship or anything like that is just, it's an overall encompassing, that's not just an item that you can go A or B as far as I'm concerned. Color, you can go A or B. Craftsmanship, you can't go A or B. And that makes it tougher.
Yeah, because, I mean, one of my main issues as it relates to that is this level of scale and level of detail that if you're looking at the image that we're looking at right now, there is a whole lot of detail in the context, and then that goes away with this building. And is that in our jurisdiction to comment on? Because I take a big issue with that in terms of the design.
If I can have you take
Jody.
a look at packet page 146, the bottom of that, condition number 3. Those are the 3 items that we're discussing today.
Board Member Thompson, I would say that, in previous iterations of this project, we went through items such as like the recessed entries, planters, the corner, if there's like a cutout in the corner. We talked about the filigree, we talked about the Burge Clark buildings. We've talked about there's like a 15-foot spacing of the Burge Clark storefronts, and this is completely different, more like 20 feet. We talked about all of these items. We've talked about awnings and details and places for signs. We hatched it all out and the previous board voted against the project. But I think that that's all, my understanding is that that's all off of the table today. I could say that the board can still make a recommendation. We should vote on this. The board can still make a recommendation for something else. It may not happen, right? But typically in the zoning ordinance, we're allowed to make some sort of comment. So I think if you want to suggest something, I think that's fine. Sometimes it happens after the fact and sometimes it doesn't. But I would just say just make your best recommendation. But we should maybe separate that out from the 3 items that are in the staff report.
But the other way to look at it is that we voted no as a recommendation. It went to the council. The council overruled us and voted that way. We could easily, we could vote no now, and it could go to it's going to go to the council again, and they could overrule us. Right?
Staff has said that this is actually.
That's their prerogative.
No, staff has said this is it's a minor project, the planning director decision. Anybody could appeal it, and then it would go to the council. Yeah. Can I, Jody, could you just clarify too, again, I think we did this last time, but this was a staff, director level decision, and then it's appealable, of course, to the council.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay.
So again, basically, just to beat a dead horse, the project's been approved, basically. This is just a minor detail. It's going to be built. It's just a matter of whether it gets built sort of as per Scheme A or Scheme B. There's really no decision today about whether it gets built or not.
Yes, that's my understanding.
That is correct.
Okay.
I think we do have the concrete contractor here, though, if you have, some questions about craftsmanship and things like that. And give me 1 second.
Mr. Brown has other commitments, so if you have any questions for him, could you ask them soon? Thank you.
Yeah, I don't have any questions.
I don't have any questions.
Great, but thank you.
Thank you. So Board Member Liu, I mean, so we have these list of findings that we have to make, right? We have to believe that the project has a unified and coherent design, that, you know, that creates an internal sense of order, preserve, respects, integrates existing natural features, you know, to the site, historic character, including historic resources. And so we are evaluating these things that relates to that finding, correct?
Yeah, just those, right, the 3 items?
The 3 items.
Yes, so just, and then everything else you can disregard.
Okay.
So with regard to the detail, if you don't think the detail is integrated with the rest of the building, I think that's a legitimate criticism.
Okay. Okay, yeah, I mean, okay, so I would say in terms of the detail, I do not think that it meets finding number 2. In terms of the landscaping, I do think that more could be done, but I'm satisfied with what's there. So maybe we could just go item by item, and then decide if we believe it meets the findings or not. Is that the best way to do it?
Okay, so why don't we, so would you clarify, when you say the details, are you talking about the west wall, or are you just saying all of the concrete?
I think it's
Reinforced concrete
I think
details.
it's the concrete facade, which I think we are allowed to comment on, because I think that is part of the, one second.
It's material. Yeah.
Where's that number? Exterior building materials, color, craftsmanship-related detailing. I don't see very much craftsmanship-related detailing. I mean, I do see construction details, which are helpful, but as it relates to the context, I don't see that it meets finding number 2. So in that sense, I cannot approve that part of it.
Okay, and then on the, okay, and you're okay on the planters, and then on the west wall, you were saying you preferred option A, but didn't think it was integrated?
Yes. Mm-hmm. I did prefer option A. I did not think it was well integrated into the rest of the building, but
I don't have my zoning ordinance with me. I think if staff has it, we do try to like discourage blank walls. I think we also, in our guidelines, I think we do try to have all of the walls designed at this with the same level of design, with the same level of design. I think that's
like same level of detail.
I don't have the exact wording in front of me, but I've seen it enough times where I think that's there. I think you could. I think if we're at this level and there's like a threat of a lawsuit, I think we should be very specific and have the staff read the actual language of it.
Okay.
Okay. We do have the findings on page 63. And finding number 3, talks about the high quality design and things of that nature.
So, but it does mention in that on page 63, it's talking about the street building facade, which is a little bit different than like a side property line. Okay, so I'm hearing that you're a no on 2 of the 3, right, items? And Robert, you're generally in agreement?
Sure. I mean, at this point, like I said, it's going to get built, from what I understand. So now it's a matter of, does it get built per option A or option B? And at this point, you know.
Right, but we have to, so I'm trying to get you guys to make, trying to get you to a motion here. So I think saying no.
Yeah.
Okay. And then I would try to be very, I think,
May I make a comment?
well, can you hold on a little bit, Elizabeth? We're trying to hash this out here.
Would it be
And
worthwhile?
I want you to be specific. This is like, let's assume this is going to the council and maybe a lawsuit. I want you to be very specific and pick out exact findings where it's not meeting the findings. So I think, Board Member Thompson, you've mentioned number 2.
Yeah.
Right? Finding number 2 with regard to details.
142. 142?
So, members of the board, the findings that begin on page 140, 141, 142, those are the old findings for the project that were done as part of the City Council's approval. The findings that are being used to consider this project begin on page 60. Those are the findings that are applicable to the project for you today.
Find number 2 is still, it's on page 61.
Yes.
I think even finding number 3 talks about construction techniques incorporating textures, colors, and other details that are compatible with the surrounding area. So I think that's another one too.
Okay, and so you're saying that they're not compatible.
Yes.
Okay, so you try to put that in a motion?
May I make a comment? These are the findings that the city officially recorded, and these are the reasons why the project is consistent with finding number 2 and why it is consistent with finding number 3. So I don't think that the subject today is to go back and dispute what the project's finding is at this moment. I think the items that are in front of you is for a minor level ARB review of colors, west wall, and materials. So the materials were presented to council. So these materials were approved with the project. So it is a concrete building, and it was approved. So it is not, what we're bringing today. We didn't have the design of the western wall. We didn't have all the landscaping, but the concrete was an integral part of the approval of the project.
Yes, thank you, Elizabeth. And I think from my point of view, the concrete is, it's very plastic material. It can be really anything. If you look at the Stanford Junior Museum, Leland Stanford Junior University Art Museum, that's like one of the first concrete buildings in California, and it's like neoclassical, and it's, and I don't think anybody would think of it as a concrete building. They just think of it as a beautiful old building, and so so it really could be, in my mind, the concrete can be anything. I think that the council, with regard to style, though, I think the council has weighed in on the overall aesthetic of the building. So I think we've crossed that bridge already. So,
So, board members, if I may, the findings starting on page 140, those are the findings for the main building. Those have been approved.
Yeah.
The findings that are starting on page 60, those findings are in draft form. Those are the findings that we would appreciate your comments on.
So for board members, if there's something that you disagree with, then I would actually say, like, let's just go line by line and say what you disagree with on them. And I would suggest putting in alternate language. So why don't we go through, I would say go through finding number 2. And all the staff's language is all there.
And Lou, do we maybe need a 5-minute break to read through some more of this in detail?
Okay, why don't we'll take a 5-minute time out, and it is, do we have the time now? It's 9:25. Okay, we'll reconvene at 9:30. Okay, I think we're ready to reconvene. Okay, I would like the board members to focus directly on findings, which start on page 61, and try to be very specific about where you think that the project does not meet the findings.
Okay, so in finding number 2, there is a sentence in the second paragraph that says, this finding can be made in the affirmative in that the project provides a variety of architecture with differing visual elements. I think I take issue with that line because I would say there is not very much a variety of architecture or visual elements. I would say it's a singular style, and it has, it doesn't have the detail and complexity that I think this is asking for in terms of as it relates to the neighborhood. And then there's also a note on page 62 at the top. The first sentence says, compatible with adjacent development when apparent scale and mass is consistent. And I think we're not allowed to talk about mass, but we can talk about scale because I think that is related to the details. So I would say that would be incorrect. It is not compatible when it comes to scale. And I'll disagree with mass as well, but I guess we're not allowed to say that. And then in finding number 3, the first sentence, or actually, sorry, the second sentence adds stone and brick, which I don't think exist in the project. It's just concrete, glass.
I think it's mentioning the neighboring buildings.
Okay.
The buildings surrounding the site.
That's right.
Right, and so
They have
that
all
is,
these things.
they are there. There's terracotta as well.
Yes. Okay, sorry, I misread that. But the details, it says in the first sentence that the details are compatible with, and I would disagree in that. Any things that you guys discovered when you were reading the findings?
Yes, Robert? Yes, please.
Okay.
I mean, let's assume this is going to court. Please be very,
Okay, all
very
right, no,
specific.
fine. I think it meets finding 1, does not meet finding 2, does not meet finding 3, meets finding 4, 5, and 6.
Thank you. So I think that it meets, I think it meets the findings. I would say the one that is the weakest is number 3, where it says the design is of high aesthetic quality using high quality integrated materials and appropriate construction techniques and incorporating textures, colors, and other details that are compatible with and enhance the surrounding area. And I think that that's the weakest of all the elements on the project. That's the weakest, and I think that's the one that the board has been talking about for a long time, that it just doesn't fit in with the neighborhood.
So may I make a comment,
I am
Chairman
thinking,
Liu? Okay,
can you
so,
wait until we finish, we're in the middle of deliberating, and it's
yes, but
I'm
I
gonna
think
have
you're
to cut.
delivering the wrong items. Details, scale, compatibility, you know, as it relates to the neighborhood, those are not items for this hearing at all.
Chair, we
They are
need
with
to,
respect to
we need to close the
narrow-
hearing.
Yes, I'm going to close the public hearing, and and the board is very clear. We're only deliberating the 3 items, but we have to address those with regard to the findings. And the findings are broad for the whole project, but we're only looking at it in a narrow scope, just for the 3 items. So I think, okay, so I think you guys are clear on that, on the board. I think I would, if that is, I think if we put that into a motion, I think I will vote against the motion.
Okay. I would say that the project does, I would agree with Board Member Guyer that the project does not meet finding 2 and 3. And therefore, I move that we do not approve the project.
So we're making a recommendation to the planning director. Okay.
So what is it exactly that you're moving not to approve?
Because it does not meet finding 2 and 3.
Right, which is what you had said as well.
Okay, I'll second that, or,
Okay, can we speak to the 3 items, how the 3 items do not meet findings?
Yeah. So I think we've said it before, but the west wall, while it is an improvement in the design, it does not integrate well into the building. And so as it relates to finding number 3, which asks for integrated materials, construction techniques, and textures, it does not meet that finding because it does not integrate with the rest of the building. The landscaping, oh, yeah, okay. Sorry, was there?
Well, and then I think it's just, and the materials.
Yeah.
Just in general, the materials.
That's right. The detailing, the scale of the details, there is not that level of texture that I think is necessary for University Avenue as it relates to the surrounding context. I don't know if there's anything else to add.
you need a second for that?
I think you've seconded.
Okay.
Is that clear enough to?
Would you
for
like
staff?
more?
Landscaping.
I think we're saying the landscaping is okay.
I think we believe the landscape. Finding number 5 is about landscaping, and I think the landscaping as it is meets the criteria.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
And opposed? I'm a nay. So that's so the board is recommending not to approve the 3 items for the project, and we'll see what the planning director will have has to say about that. As the dissenting vote, I would say that my take on it is that it is passable, and as I mentioned before, that I think that the weakness in the project is that the details, to me, in my mind, aren't really enhancing the neighborhood. If you look at the block, all the balconies and the tile roofs, generally the warm colors are really character defining of the block, and it's really very distinctive and very unique. And I think that the project is not up to that level, but I do think that you have come a long way in the project, and I do think it meets like a minimum level of standards, so I think that it is approvable today. So that's where we are on this one. Are we ready to move on to the next item? Okay,
Yeah.
so thank you to everybody. Yes, so we will take a 5-minute break to get the other board members back in the room, and we will reconvene at 9:45.
Good morning. We're back in session. Thanks to our colleagues for dealing with former item number 4. Our next item is a public hearing. It's quasi-judicial. 3705 El Camino Real, consideration of a major architectural review to allow for the demolition of 2 existing retail buildings and the construction of a 100% affordable housing project in the site located at 3703 to 3709 El Camino Real, which we will now be referring to as 3705. The project consists of a 4-story building with 65 residential units, 2 levels of garage parking, and associated site improvements. The applicant has also requested a zone change to apply the city's new affordable housing combining district regulations to the site. I'm sure staff will tell us more. The present zoning district is neighborhood commercial. This project is exempt from environmental assessment from the provisions of the California Environmental Quality Act, so what I just said to one of my colleagues about the environmental work not being complete is wrong. It is complete because of this exemption. However, we're not being asked to make a recommendation today. Does anybody have any disclosures to make with respect to conversations about this project prior to this meeting? I do. I met with the chairman of the board of the applicant and another board member at the headquarters of the Palo Alto Housing Corporation within the last couple of weeks and saw the same plans that we have before us today, and did talk to them about our process, emphasizing the layer upon layer of guidelines that apply to projects on El Camino Real. And the fact that we apply a set of findings that are unique to the Architects Review Board, many of which involve the functional operation of a site. And everything else we discussed, I believe, is in the public record, as indeed is that. Staff.
Yes, good morning. Before we get started, my name is Jody Gerhardt. I'm the manager of current planning. Just for the minutes, I wanted to state that Board Member Balte has joined us, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Graham Owen with the planning staff. I've been working with the applicants on the project that is here before you today. This is
I'm sorry, Graham, I can't quite hear you. You might need to be closer to the mic.
I'll lean in closer. So this is 3703 through 3709 El Camino Real. It is a 100% affordable housing project, meaning that all of the units that are going to be contained in this project, which is a 4-story building, would be deed restricted for households that are under 80% of the area median income. Just as a bit of a background on this, the application that's before you today was previously reviewed by the City Council in a pre-screening application. This is a requirement for whenever you're going to be going forward with a major policy implication, such as a zone change or a comprehensive plan land use designation. So they reviewed the pre-screening application last year, and then as a result of the pre-screening, the council gave non-binding comments to prepare a affordable housing combining district. So staff worked on that last year and the early part of this year, brought it to the Planning Commission for their consideration, and then the City Council adopted the affordable housing combining district ordinance this spring. So what is it? It is it's a combining district, or it's an overlay zone, as it's more commonly referred to, that incentivizes affordable housing development by providing more flexible development standards for projects that are proposing 100% affordable units that are located also within transit-served areas. So this being also, it has to be applied on commercially zoned sites. So we're looking at downtown, the Cal Ave Business District, as well as the El Camino Real corridor. So this particular site is zoned for neighborhood commercial currently, also has a corresponding comprehensive plan land use designation of CN neighborhood commercial as well. The site is about a half of an acre, 20,150 square feet. It is currently used as retail and services. So we've got a coin shop, coin and stamps, a bridal shop, and a hair salon, as well as a grocery store.
I was going to go through the plans, the floor plans, elevations, site planning, but the applicant has updated their plans since yesterday, and they've provided me with additional documentation that they're going to be providing in their own presentation. So I'm going to kind of leave this section of my presentation out so that they can kind of pick up on things. With regards to the project, there are a number of kind of key things that staff is looking at currently and will need to be wrapped up before we bring this project back to the board for a recommendation for a decision. The first and foremost is the consistency with the various guidelines, as Chair Firth was mentioning, that are intended to regulate development on the El Camino Real corridor. So you have the comprehensive plan, of course. You have the context-based design criteria, which are enabled in the zoning code. You also have the El Camino Real design guidelines from 1979 and the South El Camino design guidelines from 2002. These speak to a number of key components for redevelopment of the El Camino Real corridor, and with specific guidance for residential-only projects in the South El Camino design guidelines. These, generally speaking, they talk about everything from massing and character and transitions between kind of the commercial frontage on El Camino Real corridor towards the more residential neighborhoods in Ventura and also on the other side, into Barron Park. Looking at things as like streetscape, lighting, the width of the sidewalks, but also looking at building articulation, looking at transitions in height, and also looking at things like setbacks. With regards to setbacks, that's one of the key constraints right now with the project. As in the plans, there are some setback issues that need to be addressed before the project can be deemed complete and ready for a decision. And the applicant is continuing to work on those and refine the plans accordingly. Of particular interest to the neighborhood in Ventura has been the issues or perceived issues of parking and circulation as they relate to the project. The Affordable Housing Combining District regulations, in addition to allowing for increased height, floor area ratio, and lot coverage, these sorts of things that are intended to incentivize affordable housing, we also reduced the requirement for parking down to 0.75 per unit. So I think that the neighborhood has in general expressed some concerns about that. So with that, I'll leave it at that, but we are recommending that the application be continued to a date uncertain to allow the applicant to continue to refine the plans to a point where they can deem the project complete, so that we have a point where we're ready to make a recommendation on the project.
Thank you. Any questions of staff before we begin the public hearing process?
I'd like to have them describe the setbacks
Yes.
in more detail now or later.
Okay, so the first one that I know we have is, can you put up a site plan and show us what the setbacks are under the existing zoning? I know we have two parcels that they propose to merge. A pretty sketchy one is all we need.
Right, so you have, it's not a unique situation, but you have a constraint which is kind of leading to the setback issue that I referred to. But right now, the project site is two parcels, one that's at the corner and then one that's kind of an interior lot. The interior lot in particular would have a kind of a standard, front setback on El Camino Real. And the corner setback, or the corner lot technically has.
Just take us through the setback on that right-hand southerly lot first, under existing zoning, if it were a separate lot.
Yeah, so.
What I'm getting at is what people could reasonably expect to see develop on these properties absent
Sure.
this proposal.
Yeah. So I can also refer you to packet page 21, which has the zoning comparison table.
I think we've all read it, but it's helpful to see it.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. So in looking at the site now, when you combine the lots, the corner lot in particular, the frontage of the site is technically on Wilton Avenue because it's the narrower street frontage. El Camino Real, being the longer block, is a street side yard. It's somewhat of a unique situation when you combine the lots. For the interior parcel, if it were to be developed by itself, then that would be reversed. So you wouldn't have a,
Let's start there. I really want this on a very basic level. So take that parcel and tell me what the setbacks are on the two interior side lines and then the front and back.
so the interior parcel, you'd have a 0 to 10 foot setback for the front
On El Camino Real.
on El Camino Real. And then you'd have, with the intention of providing an 8 to 12 foot sidewalk.
Okay.
For the corner lot,
No, I'm still in the
Okay.
side yard setbacks on the interior lot?
interior side lot lines for that interior lot would be 0 lot line.
Right, so 0 setbacks on the two sides, and what about the rear?
For the residential component. If we're, your question was for the rear? The rear would be? 10 feet.
10 feet, okay. So sidewalk is 0 to whatever, to get the sufficiently wide.
8 to 12 foot sidewalk. right?
Sidewalk and 0 setbacks on the interior
Interior lot
lines
line.
and 10 foot on the back. Okay.
You got it.
And the other parcel, without this one added to it?
So the corner parcel is fronts on Wilton Avenue, because it's got the shorter frontage on Wilton Avenue. So that would be 0 to 10 as well, and creating an 8 to 12 foot sidewalk on Wilton Avenue. On El Camino Real, you have a 5 foot street side yard.
From the CM
Setback.
district?
Yep, exactly. The alley frontage, and this is where the code kind of, in a way, is pretty unclear. The zoning ordinance doesn't define what a street is. It does define what an alley is, but it doesn't define what a street is. So there is some uncertainty about whether we call it a street side yard or an interior side yard. The difference on the alleyway is if you call it a street side yard, it's a 5 foot setback. If you call it an interior lot line, then it's a 10 foot setback. If you combine the lots, the rear lot is technically the lot line that's adjacent to the retail, just a little bit further down El Camino Real, so, if you combine the lots. Yeah, and with the combination of the lots, the frontage is on Wilton Avenue.
So at that point, you have the 0 to 10 to get a wider sidewalk requirement on Wilton.
Correct.
You have a 10-foot setback on the part adjacent to the retail?
Correct. On the ground floor, it's the commercial component of a project for mixed-use development is 0 for the commercial component, and then 10 for the residential portion of the project.
Okay, and the alley has its complications, and El Camino Real would have
5.
5.
Also with the requirement for an 8 to 12 foot setback.
So that's an overlaying requirement from the El Camino Real
Correct, yeah.
guidelines.
Yep. In addition to SEPs, you also have build to requirements, so that's minimum amounts of the building frontage that need to be at each of those corresponding setbacks. In this case, it would be 33% on El Camino Real and 50% on Wilton Avenue due to the turn in what's considered the front.
Thank you. So is everybody perfectly clear on this now?
I have a
Thanks.
question.
And Ozma?
Yeah, in terms of the bulk plane, in terms of the height, it was a little unclear in the packet. Could you just tell us what the height requirements are, where they are in elevation or in plan?
Sure. So with the Affordable Housing Combining District regulations, one of the things that was modified is both height and transitional height. So overall height, when you add the overlay, the total height is 50 feet maximum. One of the things that was modified is also transitional height. And so transitional height is a standard that that's intended to regulate height when you're adjacent to residential districts. So one thing to keep in mind is that the components of the site that are within 50 feet of an RM 30 district, which is directly to the north, the limit is 35 feet. So from the center line of the alleyway, basically, you go in 50 feet from the site, and all of that zone, that buffer zone between the center line of the alleyway and then 50 feet into the site, the limit is 35 feet.
Okay. And that also includes the little flange part of the site, the little L part that goes in. All that has to be 35 until 50 feet.
You got it.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
And following up on that, under the CN district, how is that different, or is it the same?
Yeah, it is different. So under the existing zoning, so if you don't have the Affordable Housing Combining District regulations, it's a different measurement point, and it's also a different buffer zone. So it's measured instead from the district boundary, it's measured from the property line, and instead of 50 feet, it's 150 feet into the subject property, which with the application of that CN standard, makes the entire site subject to a virtually the entire site subject to a 35-foot
So it's a
height
35-foot height limit under the existing zone?
for most of the project site.
All
yeah.
but a small part of it?
Right.
Okay. Any other questions before we hear from the applicant? Thank you. Is the applicant here?
Good morning.
Good morning. If you could
board
introduce
members.
yourself and
So,
spell
yes,
your name.
Sure. I'm
And
Cheryl.
you have 10 minutes.
Yeah, I'm Cheryl Klein. I'm the board chair of Palo Alto Housing, and Adrian is going to be from PyTalk Architects is going to be making the presentation. But I thank you for your consideration this morning. We're excited about this project. In addition to providing affordable housing, 25% of the units in this building will be for adults with developmental disabilities. So here's Adrian.
Thank you. And Adrian, if you could spell your name as well.
Sure. Good morning, Adrian Steichen, ADRIANNE STEICHEN, principal at PyTalk Architects. This is actually the third or fourth project that we have worked with Palo Alto Housing on here in Palo Alto. We completed Oak Court Apartments and also the Treehouse Apartments with them, and then have been studying this project and another project site. So you got a nice primer on the varying setbacks for this project. I want to walk you through the steps that we've gone through briefly on this project already. So here are the subject parcels and the existing commercial uses. The Euro Martin Fashion Family Cuts, Family Fashion Cuts, and Treasure Island Stamps and Coins, and Nouvelle Bridal. No? There we go. The existing conditions, you can see the site land use. There is an existing driveway cut separating the two commercial uses and a pedestrian crossing. No? So as have been discussed, it's a 100% affordable project, up to 25% for adults with developmental disabilities. Certainly under 80%, but probably more likely in the 30 to 60% AMI. We've talked about the site area. Current proposal is 59 dwelling units, studios and one bedrooms. The height varying from 35 feet to 49 feet to the top of the parapet. The structure of the roof more at 42, 43 feet. 41 car parking spaces, approximately 70 bike parking, and then ground floor residential amenities for the residents. Just to locate the site in the context of the various parks and transit. Site development, we've actually done a series of roundtables with city staff and planning. First did a yield study at 67 units. Through study session, a second round went to 61 units and started shaping the building differently. At that point, the project still had retail in it, and the Affordable Housing Combining District did not exist. We did a third round session with the roundtable staff, planning staff, and varying departments, including parking, public works, utilities. And the project changed to 65 units. That design was also presented to the neighborhood in a community meeting, in which we got feedback around parking issues and density concerns. At that point, commercial was removed from the project with the anticipation of the Affordable Housing Combining District. Subsequent to that community meeting, we have continued to refine the building, including the application of Wilton as the front yard and the interior lot line with the commercial property as the rear yard. And that has reduced the project from 65 to 59 units. It remains 4 stories with the 41 parking spaces and meets the conditions of the FAR for both residential and non-residential uses. So the ground level, or there's a basement parking accessed from the alley on the north side of the property, ramps down to 24 parking stalls, a maintenance space, and then elevator and stair access both to the street and to the lobby. It is a dead-end garage in the basement, double-loaded aisles. On the ground floor, we're providing 17 parking stalls, including 3 accessible, one of them van, parking spaces, again with some turnaround space at the end, and also now meeting the parking aisle standards and parking stall standards under the Palo Alto Municipal Code. Lining El Camino Real as the public broadest frontage is management offices, the main entry for the building, a community space with community kitchen, storage and restroom for that facility, as well as a fitness space for the residents. Also here on the ground level is the bike storage access through the garage and additional storage for the project. Working with utilities, those are all coming off of Wilton, and so that frontage has all of the utility services. Upstairs is a L-shaped plan with the courtyard on the north side of the project really fronting the mass of the building on the larger street frontage at El Camino Real. You see the 10-foot rear yard setback on the right of the plan. Units are 20 studios and 1 one-bedroom, and then a podium courtyard. The podium courtyard would also be accessed from the alley side. There has been some conversations about the little nub at the north being a community garden, and that would then be accessed by the residents through the podium courtyard. Level 4 is where the 35-foot height setback comes into play, and so we have stepped down the mass there to the north, and the remaining building is the 16 studios and 1 one-bedroom. One of the one-bedrooms would be an on-site manager. So the massing here, the front is a corner element that really marks the corner of Wilton Court, and then a longer mass of the studio units sitting on top of the ground floor spaces. As you may have seen in the ground floor plans, those walls are canted, and there will be some shadow play on the storefront at the ground floor. We're also studying varying storefront patterning and glazing options to provide some variety in terms of color of glazing, and as well as sort of the patterning of the mullions to add some visual interest. They are set back so that there is also ample opportunity for landscaping. Here in the Wilton Avenue frontage, you can see the setback. We've drawn a line for the 35-foot height. One mistake that we have made is that we measured our 50 feet from the opposite side of the alleyway parcel and not from the center line of the street. We think that that would push the setback line a couple of feet into the larger mass, and so if so, we will probably seek a waiver for that, meeting the intent of the setback from the neighboring property. The alley side elevation, ground floor parking with 1 garage entry, and then you can see the step down on the mass. Colors, I would like to note, are representative of tones and not necessarily the colors that we've selected. We're still in the process of studying the colors and materials on the project. The orange is intended to be a large format tile or panel system, at least 1 by 2 in size, that adds some texture to that elevation, and then the remaining materials would be stucco. The windows are intended to also be recessed to add shadow interest to the facade. This is the interior property line elevation. With the rear yard setback, we have probably different from what that you have in your pre-packet, have been able to add windows to that facade with the setback, which is an improvement in that exterior facade. So again, the step down on the massing. We've also started to do some schematic perspective renderings to study. Again, we haven't decided on colors, so we are missing the color in these renderings, but it is the sort of the next step of our study. We also have identified an opportunity for public art on the exterior wall of the stair, and are interested in feedback and sort of ground floor expression, massing, and the art opportunities on the project site. So these are just what you have in your packet is what I'm calling the previous proposal in these comparisons. So the perspective comparison on El Camino, looking to the southeast. And then again, on El Camino, looking to the west. Another perspective study that we know that the resident community has asked for, Ventura neighborhoods have asked for, is a view from Wilton looking south. And that is one of the next studies that we would like to do. This is the elevational comparison between what you have in your packet and where we currently stand. Previous was El Camino, this is Wilton. And the alley, relatively unchanged. One of the major differences is that we don't need the roof deck that's in the proposal document that you have to meet our open space requirements. And so we have removed that in this next study. And I think that's it. Thank you.
You done? Okay, thank you. Do we have any speaker cards? Great, I have 5 of them. I have 6. Got it.
So, board members, just as a reminder, we did have one speaker earlier this morning. Okay, wonderful. That had some concerns about parking and traffic.
Yes, we heard earlier from Noah Fidel, who was concerned about the methodology we use to do parking and transportation studies. The first speaker, Todd Lewis, to be followed by Nicole Fentry. And you will each have 3 minutes, and when you speak, if you could start by giving us your name and spelling it for our transcriber.
Todd Lewis, Lewis.
Thank you.
I own the 2 fourplexes across the street on Wilton, next to the Hong Kong restaurant. I have 17 residents there. Most of the units have 2 cars. We provide 1 parking space per unit. At our building, we have 6 additional cars that need to park. They come home from work. They can't find a place to park because of the impact of the residents on Wilton, but more importantly, the Hong Kong restaurant, their employees and their patrons. It's a very successful restaurant. Wilton is a very narrow street. There's a lot of impact there, and we're going to put a 60-unit or 59-unit 4-story apartment building on the corner of Wilton and El Camino. Very impactful, very dense for that site. I need to say this for my own sake. I appreciate the effort to increase affordable housing in Palo Alto. I absolutely am for that. I have a disabled brother-in-law who lives in a group home. I'm for the disabled community having some more housing. It's now 15 units or 14 units, so that's a change. It's not in the packet. It says 30 units of developmentally disabled housing. It's now down to 14, 25% of the total 59. So I just want to make that point. Parking is a gigantic issue. Traffic is a gigantic issue. What nobody realizes is the level of emotion in the community at the community meeting was almost a riot in there. Well, this is the neighbors on Wilton and the Ventura neighborhood really disturbed and worried about their parking. And it's the opposite of downtown Palo Alto. It's not something where workers come in and park in the community and then they leave and then the residents come back and park. This is people coming home from work and looking for a place to park on Wilton. Very, very difficult parking situation. So it bothers me that this project is pushing the lower limits of parking. I think the last time I looked, it was 41 parking spaces for 65 units. Granted, some of those developmentally disabled people, probably most of them will not be driving, but then also these studio units might have 2 people, because people get married, people have roommates, so this is more pressure on the parking. That's a very important issue. The CN zoning district, which is what El Camino Real has been a part of, had called for a 1.0 FAR until the affordable housing overlay. Now it's 2. That's twice as much density than was allowed before. The height limit has gone from 35 feet to 50 feet along El Camino. Now the project is at 49 feet, stepping down to 35 feet on the setback. The setbacks are, I hope you'll all go out and visit that site. The alley is very narrow. One of the residents in the little apartment building right next to it is here and will speak, but it's a very, very, very tight little alley. So that setback issue that you're going to be talking about is very important. It's very impactful to the massing and height.
Thank you, Mr. Fidel. You've hit your 3 minutes?
Yeah, my name's Mr. Lewis.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I beg your pardon. I'm usually one behind.
Okay.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Lewis.
For future speakers, if someone's in the middle of a sentence, just wait for the period, please.
Thank you. I forgot to confirm that everybody's been to visit the site at least once?
Yes?
Yes?
I have not been in the last 2 weeks, but I know the area pretty well.
Okay. But so we do visit the site. We're not using the buzzer today, so when the light starts flashing red, that's when the 3 minutes actually end. Nicole I'm sorry, I'm mispronouncing this, Ventry, to be followed by Jeff Levinsky.
Thank you. Hi, good morning. My name is Nicole Ventry, NicoleVentre. I am one of the tenants of the adjacent property on Wilton on the other side. I would love to, if I can pull up the slide that shows my very, very, very tiny apartment building on the backside of the alleyway between these 2 buildings. I'm also the manager of that property from 453 to 467 Wilton Avenue. My biggest concern, as Todd has already alluded to, is the distance of that alleyway is somewhat about 20 feet from my building. My apartment itself, my bedroom, my bathroom, as well as the bedroom and bathroom of 3 of their tenants on that one building, are about 4 feet from that 20 feet. We have a pushback on our property. We're very close to the edge of that alleyway, maybe 4 feet, and that you're already in the 20-foot alleyway, not at all accommodating for 2-way traffic. My parking spot is actually on on the alleyway, and is so tight that I have to hug the right side of the alley to make a left into my parking spot, which is on the alleyway, that now I will have to navigate 2-way traffic within 20 feet of my bedroom and this massive building. That is absolutely unacceptable. Not to mention, this alleyway is used for trash and deliveries. Our mailman parks on here because there is no other parking on Wilton Avenue for him to deliver his mail. When my recycle, my compost, and my trash men come, they have to pull in, block all of my parking, my spot, as well as 3 of my tenants, as well as the entrance to the other 4 parking spots located more centrally inside of our building. He blocks every single person from getting in or out, and he needs to back out of that alleyway because there is no room to turn around. Not to mention, when I pull out of my parking spot, I have to do this to get out because the spot is so tight so I can actually turn down the alley. And we're going to have 2-way traffic with the most recent I've heard is 41 spaces of people getting in and out of the alleyway. My other issue is this is not enough. I know you guys have heard plenty about parking. This is a humongous issue that we do not have enough parking for every tenant. Not to mention, in their proposal, half of that parking was for staff and for, I believe I saw for the storefronts down below, which I'm not sure if that's even relevant anymore. The other issue is sunlight. My building is 2 stories tall, and this is absolutely going to cast a humongous afternoon sun shadow on my entire property. No sunlight for us, which is unfair. The only other comment I'll make, I know I'm running out of time, is of course the dangerous intersection. It is very congested, very narrow, as you've heard before. I'm concerned about the noise. There's an open space even on this property for people to hang out and come together. Overlooks my building, overlooks my bedroom window. Lastly, I have also great concerns about the smoking and where pet relief areas will be.
Mr. Levinsky, to be followed by Robert Moss.
Good morning, board members. It's Jeff Levinsky, Levinsky. I lived on this block for 15 years or so, and I agree with the previous speakers about the parking problems. We heard today that it would be up to 25% of the units would be for people with developmental disabilities, but the parking has been designed as if all that 25% was going to be met. So I think it's important that it not be up to, but it be 25% if that's how the parking reductions are going to be dealt with. There's another problem with parking reduction. Our city gives away parking exemptions right and left all over town. And what that does is reduce the number of parking spaces that are accessible, because the number of parking spaces that are accessible is based on a table that if you have so many spaces, regular spaces, and some of those have to be accessible. So for this building, if it were using the regular city code, it would be required to have 4 accessible spaces. Instead, it's only being asked to have 2. So my question is, where do the people who need accessible parking spaces go? If they have to park way down the street, that's not accessible at all. So if this building is really trying to serve its residents, some of whom may be there for the rest of their lives, because this is going to be a good deal if you get in, then I think it needs to rethink completely how it deals with the needs of actual residents in terms of accessible parking. I'd like to bring up another issue, and that is that I think matters to lots of people in this town. What are we doing to El Camino? When you look at all the different projects that are going up on El Camino, you're going to hear another one later this morning. It's becoming a canyon. It's becoming a row after row of large, and I must say, unimaginative buildings. They are, you look at the renderings and you go, do I really want to see a street full of that? This is an opportunity, I think, for the ARB to look, take a broader vision of what's going on and try to find ideas that will help create a more livable and viewable city. Anyone who's driven through San Antonio and seen what's happened near San Antonio Center knows how bad things can look with that growth. There was a question about the parapet. The parapet in earlier drawings was 8 feet high, and I'm wondering if that could be reduced or slanted or something so as to make the building look less massive in that regard. One other thing is the architect mentioned Oak Court. If you contrast the look of Oak Court with this building, it's night and day. And it would be really nice if we could pick up some of the styling and human scale of that kind of design when we do these buildings. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bob Moss, to be followed by Gary Mahoney.
Thank you, Chairman Firth and Commissioners. Speaking as one of the people who created the CN zone and the El Camino design guidelines, I'd like to emphasize that this project grossly violates both of those. First of all, the CN zone requires that buildings be no more than 30 or 35 feet tall and that they be consistent with nearby residential properties. This is not. Second, it requires that the ground floor only be used for retail, not for storage of bikes or for a management's office. Furthermore, as you mentioned in an earlier discussion this morning, it's essential that buildings' mass and scale be consistent with nearby properties. This violates that principle. There are no buildings of this mass or height on either side of El Camino within half a mile of this site. So this project would be a really bad approval. Furthermore, Because of the lack of parking, as you've already heard from the previous speakers, it's going to create a real overflow problem, and it's going to create traffic problems as people drive around the neighborhood trying to find where they can hold their car. So at the very least, the building should be reduced by at least one floor, which will reduce some of the traffic parking impacts. It should be scaled down in the mass that you look at from the front, and it should have more landscaping along El Camino. Right now, the landscaping is trivial, and there have been basic principles for years that when new buildings are built along El Camino, the landscaping be upgraded. This fails that project requirement. Also, it would be good if the building, the structure, the facade of the building, not be uniform and a single color and a single line. You have some kind of change in the color and the structure as you go along, so it doesn't have a big massive effect. It has some more of a structural effect, which has some changes along them. So I think this project needs to go back for an awful lot more work, and I certainly hope you won't approve it as it's being proposed tonight or today, because it has a lot of problems and it has a lot of inconsistencies with the comprehensive plan, CN zoning, and the El Camino design guidelines. It's not ready for work.
Thank you, Mr. Moss. Gary Mahaney?
Oh, hello, I'm Gary Mahaney. That's spelled M-A-H-A-N-Y, no E's. I live over on Matadero Avenue, right by this facility. People have been hit crossing El Camino there at Wilton because there's a little bit of traffic islands right in that area. So the traffic is a complex mix of people making right and left turns out of Barron Park and off of Wilton. If we're putting 50 more units there, he's going to have some kind of pedestrian right-of-way issues crossing El Camino. We would like to see a setback on Wilton Avenue that's equivalent to a residential area, so as not to crowd that intersection that's already crowded there. And people park right along El Camino Real, all along there. So if you're trying to make a right or a left turn onto El Camino, which personally I don't do, but many other people do, you can't see. So you have to ease out, keep pushing out until you can see down El Camino around somebody's SUV that's parked right on the corner. So there needs to be some traffic control and mitigation with the traffic in that area. I would like to echo what this man just said. There's a bunch of developments happening, and the city of Palo Alto seems to like to look at one thing at a time and not the overall consequence of adding a lot more people along that area. Oh, and by the way, the purported fine transit is a fiction. There isn't adequate good transit up and down El Camino Real with the buses. And there's certainly no transit east and west. Thank you for now.
Thank you, Mr. Mahaney. Does anybody else wish to speak? So the applicant is entitled to respond. That's another 10 minutes.
I'd like to speak to why we are proposing 59 units in this building. And in order for us to get our funding from tax credits and other sources, we need to maximize our building on the property. So that's why we are trying to put as many units in as possible. It's it takes a long time to get these projects through the whole planning entitlement cycle, and that adds to our cost for the projects. And so when we find a site, and we try and really maximize what's there. And that's what we've tried to do on this project. And we don't have a lot of flexibility in our funding sources to cut down the number of units. The project isn't feasible if we just have 20 units on the site. We can't make our funding work. So, we're trying to balance all these different constituents. It's like putting pieces of a puzzle together. So go ahead and, yeah.
We have, I want to address the parking and transportation concerns. We have heard from residents and are listening. We've been waiting for this meeting before we have a subsequent follow-up meeting with Caltrans to speak to them about their right-of-way access. There is that existing driveway, and it's been asked of us if we would consider having our parking enter on El Camino. I think that's a subject that Caltrans is going to have a lot of thoughts and feelings about. So we need to have that subsequent meeting with them. I think that we could also request our transportation study to analyze parking entry and exit on El Camino. We are willing to do that as part of understanding better the constraints of the project. I would also like to note, however, that the parking review by city staff has recommended that we use the alley as our parking entrance. So while we are willing to investigate that entrance on El Camino, we also are listening to city staff recommendations at the same time. As far as setbacks, we are currently meeting the 50% build-to line on Wilton as our front and are using the front yard setback to improve the sidewalk width along our frontage on Wilton. We are likewise doing the same on El Camino and meeting the build-to minimums, as well as providing the 8 to 12-foot sidewalk on El Camino as well. The new plan also addresses the rear yard setback on the interior property line and substantially meets the 35-foot setback, but I think that's also something that we could discuss. And happy to take questions further.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions as the applicant? Apparently people have a bunch of questions, so I don't know if you prefer to stand or sit while they raise them.
Well, with the chair's permission, I have questions of some of the speakers, actually. Is that okay?
I have no objection.
If I could ask Ms. Ventry, I'm sorry, I have 2 questions for you.
Let her give time to get to the...
Beg your pardon? Thank you for coming out to speak. When I was out, it wasn't clear to me, you say you live in the building on the other side of the alley to this. Which rooms in your building are facing the alley, facing this new project? Are they bathrooms, or what type of spaces are inside?
Bedrooms and bathrooms. And one living room for the bottom, a living room and a bedroom for the top, all of our bathrooms, and on the very front corner of the building, if the alleyway is here, this is my bedroom. This is the bedroom of another tenant. So literally headlights will be just turning into our...
So those 2 bedrooms both face across the alley to the new building?
No, they face Wilton, but whenever anybody turns in, we're so close to the edge that every headlight goes directly into our bedroom.
So the bedroom has windows on 2 sides then?
Yeah.
Is that the case in all of the bedrooms there?
One way or the other, yes. And not to mention, we also have we have a lot of petty crimes and things that happen on that property because the alleyway actually does dead end. So we've installed security cameras, we've installed activated lights by motion, light up our house like a jetway. But luckily, I only have 10 tenants, so we have 10 cars, but that's 10. And my tenants are, working every day. They don't spend all nights of the day going in and out.
You want to follow up on that?
So I just had a follow-up. I'm trying to remember. I should take pictures because my visual...
I encourage you to go out to the site and see how actually
I've been to the site
unbelievably
many times. I'm
ridiculous
just trying to remember. So on the first floor, first building, as we enter the alley, that's the building. That's your building, right? to my left as I drive
Right.
into the alley. And on the ground floor, are there any windows, or are they up on the higher levels?
No, we all have windows.
There's windows
Yeah.
all along.
We have a small fence that might go about.
Oh, that's what I couldn't
about
see.
here.
Right.
But when you're standing in the apartment, you can still see over. I can see over the fence. I can see the Hong Kong restaurant from my bathroom. I can see the mountains. I can see the trees.
Thank you.
So the other question I had relates to parking, and with the indulgence of the chair, can you give me a guess, how many bedrooms do you have and how many parking places do you have in your building? I'm just trying to get a sense of the actual use. How many parking stalls is your unit providing?
I have 8, but I actually
parking
I have
spaces.
8 units, 8 spots, 10 tenants. We have an open courtyard area that's properly located in our building.
I need to go quick or I'm going to lose my opportunity to ask you questions.
But
8 spaces, 8 units, 10 tenants?
Right, and
Is
those
that 10
extra 2 cars
people?
have to park in non-designated parking spots on our property because there's no more parking on
Okay,
the street.
thank you. If I could ask Mr. Lewis as well, did I get your name right, please? Is this okay?
Just don't cross-examine them.
I have a Google Map image of the property.
Oh, thanks.
It's a Google Map image.
So we're circulating.
This is a
We're
Google Map
circulating a
image.
photograph of your building, Mrs.
486
Ms. Ventry,
Wilton?
just so
Yeah,
that
that's
it's
me,
clear.
yeah. Two fourplexes side by side.
Right.
So, Mr. Lewis, if I could, please, thank you for coming out. Appreciate your feedback. I'm trying to understand the parking situation again. You said your building has 17 units.
No, 17 residents.
17 residents.
Yeah.
The
Eight units.
8 units.
Yeah.
And how many bedrooms are there in each unit?
1 bedroom in each unit, just like Nicole's.
So there's 1 bedroom in each unit.
Yeah.
And again, how many units?
8.
8 units. And how
Yeah.
many parking places do you provide for those
8.
residents? 8. So
Yeah.
8 and 8. And that's
Yeah.
not adequate as it is, you're saying?
No, we have 14 automobiles. 6 of the units have 2 married couples that both work.
So those are 1-bedroom apartments whose tenants have two cars?
Yeah, and then 2 of the units have young children, a single young children.
Okay, thank you very much for that.
Okay, I'm going to make one comment as long as I'm here. I just didn't get a chance to say that I would really love to see this come down 1 story, 1 full story in every way. Thank you very much.
All right, any other questions of the applicant?
Yes, I do again, or am I taking up too much time?
Feel free.
For
It's
the
an
applicant,
important
please. You had shown several studies of this project. Is it possible to see that first image, the one where I saw something about parking lifts or something in that. I wanted to go back and just ask about that. The very first project study you showed.
With the courtyard?
Yes, on my left here.
Yeah. So this was, we have always shown the parking entrance on the alleyway, but this was assuming not a ramp down to a lower level, but just doing parking stackers. They are a significant upfront cost, and they do contribute to the initial ask that developers go for from the state tax credit allocation committee, et cetera, et cetera. So we have moved away from stackers on most of our affordable projects.
Can you elaborate on that? Because that's something that many developers in Palo Alto take advantage of. Is that a feasibility for your project?
I think that's actually something that Palo Alto would have to comment on in terms of the construction cost feasibility. I know that they are doing another construction cost analysis on the latest plan, and we would have to ask them if they are.
Perhaps, can you address that question?
I don't have an answer for that question. I know it's very expensive, and I don't have an answer for that question.
I'm sorry. You need to be close to the mic.
Oh, sorry.
So the transcript can pick you up.
I don't have an answer. I know it's very expensive, and I don't think we could afford to do it, but I don't have a definitive answer.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Go ahead, Osman.
Okay, I had a question. I think this is probably for Palo Alto Housing. Just had a question about the program. I saw studios and 1 beds. I was just wondering why not 2 beds? There's not really an opportunity to have families with just a 1 bed, so I was just curious about that choice and if that's something that is up for discussion.
When we initially thought about this project, I'm sure that it was studied what financially we could afford to build there, and this is the most sort of the best use of our resources is to have studios and to have a few 1-bedrooms.
And the efficiency, or I don't want to say efficiency, but of course, the unit number would go down if you did 2 bedrooms.
Right.
But is that how you're counting efficiency by units, or is it just square footage of livable space? Because the square footage would stay the same, potentially.
Right. I'm counting by units.
Okay.
Yeah.
I could add to that, the Affordable Housing Combining District counts parking per bedroom. So a studio and a 2-bedroom, 2 studios and a 2-bedroom, if they're of equivalent square footage, 2 studios equals 1 2-bedroom, the parking count would not change, if that tracks.
Thank you.
Okay.
Anything else, Esma?
Those are all my questions of the applicant.
Robert? Any questions?
Nope.
Alex? Let me check my notes here. Oh, one set of plans shows 1 accessible parking space, but did you say 3 accessible parking spaces, including a van space, when you made your presentation today?
Yes, so they're all contained on the level 1 plan, and you can see them there near the community space that fronts out Camino, 2 accessible and 1 van accessible.
Thank you. And the community space, could you tell me more about the anticipated use of that space?
Well, I think Palo Alto should answer that, but we've actually, in many of our community projects, our nonprofit affordable projects, this is a place where the residents can gather for community meetings, for their resident meetings. It's a place where programming takes place. There are opportunities such, like at Treehouse, there are craft events and so
this
forth.
is a communal space for people resident in the building?
But I would believe that if there was a need for the neighborhood to rent it or borrow it for an afternoon, that would be something that folks have
Thank you.
negotiated on.
Let the record show that Palo Alto Housing Corporation is nodding. To refer to them as Palo Alto is very confusing here. We've got so many Palo Alto Housing actors. Thank you.
I do have one question. You mentioned that, I think you said there could be up to 25% special needs?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
For the developmentally disabled population.
Can I just add one more thing about that?
Yes.
Those are very high-functioning special needs adults, and they generally have jobs, and they use public transport to get to and from those jobs. They just don't drive themselves. So, and they don't need very many services or people coming onto the site to check on them. They're pretty self-sufficient.
Thank you. Any other questions before we start deliberating? Alex, if you could start us.
So thank you for your presentation. The drawings were fairly clear and easy to read. I think that they're, for the next meeting on this project, I think that there's some critical stuff that we need, which is like a contextual site plan and street elevations to see how the building fits into the neighborhood. So at the moment, like, there's no way, there's nothing in the drawings to see how this project fits in. I mean, I did go to the site and look and sort of eyeball things, and I got a fairly good sense for that. But really, it does need to be, you do have to show that in the drawings as part of our review, and it's required in part of our findings. So we really do need that information. On the building design, I'm generally okay with the organization of that. I think this seems to be well resolved. The issues that I have concerns with is, let's see, so you've got like is it the fourth floor roof deck? Does that need to have its own exit staircase? I've seen it both ways. Yeah, you don't have to answer it today. Yeah.
We moved it in our.
Yeah. But I was just commenting on lands, and I think it's desirable to have, generally I think it's desirable to have open space. When I was at the site, I was concerned about loss of privacy to the neighbors, and also that your roof terraces are on the shady side of the building, which seems less desirable in a way, but given all the noise of traffic on El Camino, it does seem to have advantages of putting it on the quieter side of the building. Also on the alley, yes, I was concerned about the backup space for the neighbors, and we do have projects in town that only have like 20-foot wide driveways, and we do get complaints about those. Also, you've got utility poles and lights right in the alley there. And so if those are being removed, I think we do need some sort of replacement for that. On El Camino, with regards to the streetscape and the design guidelines, my take on it was to maybe try to emphasize the corner more than what you're doing. I think what you've shown so far is a start, but I would encourage you to try to make more differentiation at the corner. I would also encourage you to try to make the entrance, even more, to highlight the entrance even more than it is. It's not that different than the rest of the storefront facades. Generally, to my eye, the first floor is too low. I make that too short. I make that comment to a lot of projects, and I understand everybody's trying to work within the height limit, but I'm just saying, just design-wise, I would ideally like that to be taller. I realize that probably won't happen on this particular project, but if you go to, I've shared with the board photos of mixed-use projects in Berkeley that are working. They're at like 55 feet high, with tall, like 20-foot high ground floors, and they get the extra height limit by including affordable housing in the project. But having the tall floor is really much more desirable. In this particular case, the neighboring buildings on El Camino have fairly low storefront heights, so I actually think you'll be able to meet the contextual findings on this one, on this particular site. I did see the oak tree in the back of the property. I was interested in how you can incorporate that back area into the project to try to make something desirable there. On the outdoor space, I do see that the overlay zone doesn't really require any. I do want to try to encourage you to do as much as possible with regards to providing privacy to the neighbors. I think that's really important. Other people in the council have mentioned that it's very desirable. You're trying to foster like social activity, like healthy lifestyles. We've got some new projects in the works here where they've got like succulent gardens and edible vegetable gardens up on the first floor roof, and I think that that's actually all very desirable, and I do want to encourage you to try to do that as much as feasible. Also, in the next packet, I think we do need to see the lighting. So, especially if you do have the roof gardens. And then we did have Mr. Fidel asking about parking. So we haven't seen this, the board hasn't seen any parking studies in this initial study, so I'm not going to comment on that yet. I think we do understand that the Ventura neighborhood has lots of parking concerns, and I do bike through there almost every day, and I do understand that there's parking issues there. I do understand there's a retail preservation, potentially a retail preservation issue. So we'll see where that goes. And then also, I think it would be useful for Ms. Venture's comments was maybe do a sun study. We've done that before on other projects. It's fairly easy to do in a 3D model. Just showing us like the worst, maybe like the best case, maybe summer solstice, and the worst case, winter solstice, and then the spring and fall. We just get an idea of how the shadows will work on the particular project. So that's where I'm on. I'm generally in support of the project. I do, one last comment on the El Camino guidelines, is that I think it was Mr. Levinsky mentioned like the unimaginative buildings on El Camino and in the vicinity. And we've on the board have been hashing it out too, but behind this, we've been talking about that too. I think that is an issue. I do like the treehouse project where really the art piece was front and center on the main building. And we do have our public art requirement as part of the project. That may help, or just having architectural, like filigree, extra details. I used to work on affordable housing projects. I know that usually a lot of those things get cut from the budget because things are so tight, but whatever you can, I do want to encourage you to try to make it a really unique and distinctive project.
Thank you, Alex. Robert?
Thank you. Yeah, I have to agree with a lot of the stuff that my fellow board member indicated. I was happy to hear that on one of the elevations, for instance, like the east elevation, I was real worried about not a single window. Then I guess it turns out your latest version does have windows there. That makes me feel a lot better. There is a certain, when you try and make a project pencil out, especially a project like this, you have to put a lot of units in there, which does make it a tight fit. The problem with that is, and as we mentioned, as we've struggled with this, it does become another big shoebox with a flat roof, which is getting to be every building that gets built on El Camino is turning out to be a flat-roofed shoebox. And I think one of the speakers used the term unimaginative buildings, and that is a real challenge. I do like you got a little bit creative with, if nothing else, the window placement. I like that. There's not a whole lot you could do, but at least you gave it a little something. And I think a lot of this is going to make the difference of what the materials are, that sort of thing. I do agree, again, with my board member that I think the bottom floor should be higher. Now, you've got a 10-foot floor to floor, and a lot of that depends on, obviously, what framing you're using. I'm guessing you're using a wood frame that makes it a little bit more difficult, but, I'd like to see, maybe the upper floor is a little tighter, maybe 9.5. That gives you some flexibility of being able to make that ground floor a little higher. I also agree that the, South El Camino design guidelines make much more, or indicate that they want much more of a statement for the entry. And if you drive by this building, you'd have a hard time realizing where the front door is. And because you do mention that a lot of the people will be using the bus or are pedestrians, that I think, that probably wouldn't hurt. If it's one of these things where nobody's ever going to use the front door, then I could see it. But here, theoretically, you're also indicating that they will. So I think it's definitely necessary that needs to be enhanced. Let's see. I do have a bit of a concern. That's why I asked about the special needs. With 3 accessible parking spaces, I think that's a bit tight. Now, I understand, especially when you start talking about van accessible parking spaces, that sucks a whole lot of square footage. So, at this point, I don't know. It's a tough situation. There may be, again, and I agree that the lift system is expensive. And I doubt because you're probably on a fairly tight budget, but it might be one of these things that if it becomes a more, workable solution, you may need to, I'm not saying everything needs to have those, but maybe, pick up a couple of them to give you a few more accessible parking spaces, I think would be helpful. Other than that, I think the layout works well for what you have to work with. The stepping down, I understand, the units in the back, whenever something like this gets built nearby, it's tough to handle, but the other way to look at it, it becomes a heck of a barrier for noise from El Camino, so that's sort of the positive aspect of this. I think that's it for at the moment.
Thank you. Uzma.
Hi there. Thank you so much for your presentation. I guess so. I'll try not to repeat, but I'll just try to summarize the impressions I have on this project. I'm going to jump straight around, but straight to the unimaginative comment Mr. Lewinsky had, which was something. I mean, I work in multifamily housing as well, and I understand yield studies. I understand efficiency, and it is sort of a funny crux when you're battling these two things. And at the end of the day, you really want something amazing, right? You don't want something that's just like everything else. And I think this project had a danger, I think, to fall into that. But I think there's some good comments going around. Something that could help is you have a southern facade. I see you have shading on just the top set of windows. Why not do more shading? Shading's a great way of adding interest to the facade, adding relief, adding depth, adding interest. Sometimes a really awful project can be made all the better by really good shading. And so I would just encourage you to use that as a tool more. In terms of the tile and stone stucco, relationship that you're exploring, it would be nice to sort of see what else is out there that has a bit more texture, a bit more relief, a material that's not just a material that you're relying on as a blanket, but something that you can use as part of the architecture to create more detail on this structure. And part of that is just developing a really strong design concept that could just sell what you're trying to do. Your concept, it could be, I didn't really hear any conversation about concept. I know that's not really the point about this, but at the same time, it'll help us love your project more if you give us something that you're holding on to in terms of concept, whether it's light filtering or, audiovisual things. Looking at the floor plan, I had a similar impression that, yes, the courtyard is on the shady side, so it's going to be a cold courtyard. No one's really wanting to be there. It'd be really great if the courtyard was on the south side, but then you have this height issue. So I think I would encourage you, while you're still playing with massing, that see what you can do to make that courtyard a little bit better in terms of usability. And even on the ground floor, there's program along El Camino that would be nice to look at, like the kitchen and the fitness center. Having the management office on the corner is maybe not the best use of the corner. Maybe some of that exciting program could be moved to the corner. So I would kind of encourage also a little bit more shuffling in terms of what the important parts are on the street, and then use the program that you have right now to address those important parts. East elevation, I see you improved your east elevation. I also had a similar note about the no windows on that. Shading. And yeah, I guess going back to the massing in terms of the roof line, it would be nice to see something that sort of, it could maximize, I don't know how realistic mezzanines are on the top floor, but there is, El Camino has like a base, middle, and top thing that is with the guidelines, and making your top story a little bit more elongated, if you could use a mezzanine or something, I don't know, I feel like that's also a planning thing that you might need to work out. That might give you a chance to, enhance your efficiency, just get more square footage potentially, but also just make that top part different from everything else, just to kind of give the cadence that is part of the design guidelines. That's all I have for now.
But I'm down to 40 items so far. Peter.
Well, thank you to my fellow board members, because they've covered many of the points I was about to list. I think they're saying things that I agree with strongly, so I'll just go very quickly through those things. But first, I'd like to address a central idea I had about your parking and your building massing, which I don't know if it's been explored, but it seems to me you could, which would be to force all of the parking underground on one level using stackers or something like that, so that you could get a grade level courtyard as your outdoor space. I think your project is deficient in outdoor space for your residents, and I think it's all the more important to have viable outdoor space for people living here, especially when you have so many units so tightly together, and there's no easy public park within walking distance or other space. And when you have an outdoor space on a second level, especially the way it's relating to the units you have and the complications with landscaping and stuff, it really isn't as good. And you have an opportunity, if you had a U-shaped or an L-shaped building fronting off the alley, maybe a metal grill with a nice gate to come in, people could walk in to a pleasant courtyard, which would be used a lot. And that would really enhance your project, and you could push your parking underground with the use of stackers and still fit it all. So that was just an idea that sort of came across my head thinking about your project, and I think it's worth considering, although I understand that it's a big change at this point. On the building massing and such, the corner feature is very important. Having a cap on the building is very important. Those things have been addressed. I think not having the management office at the corner of the building is a great idea. It's just symbolically, if nothing else, doesn't say what's important about the building. I do encourage you to look at the building Osmo referenced is called the Huxley. It's a new apartment building on El Camino in Redwood City. I don't know how, but they've put their fitness room and their community center down on the ground level. I don't think this is a below market rate unit, but at night it's brightly lit, and when it's being used, it has this feature of animating the street, not just the building, but the whole community. You get a sense of life going on. You get eyes on the street. You get people outside looking in, people inside looking out. That's really what the El Camino Real guidelines are after. That's what we're all here for. It's a real great opportunity to do that. A lot of that is in the details, making it a little bit taller. The beveled wall you have at the front is a good idea. Detail it out more. Think about it more. Think hard about which uses are really in these visible spots. The corner is really important, how you treat that. Having a management office with only windows facing one side is a real lost opportunity. So I think you can take that a lot farther. Something else that I didn't hear mentioned was that your current plans have apartments facing your open space on the second level, and they're all at the same grade. This is the only window in this apartment, and it's right next to the common open space, which is close to the doorway, the passageway going out. It's inevitably going to lead to people inside just leaving the shades drawn all the time. That's a very meager existence, to be on the dark side of the building with your shades drawn because you have no privacy. People outside always feeling like they're making too much noise, and there's an additional conflict. It's an age-old architectural issue in multifamily housing, but you have the onus to do it better than I think you've done it here. So if you do persist having the open space on the second level, it should be done a little more carefully to preserve that. I think you could also do better linkages from within the building to get to that space, just to celebrate it more. It's a backyard, it's got to stare off the alley, and make it so people really could come and go through that entrance if they so choose. You have also the trash areas coming in off of Wilton, and again, if you could get that off the alley somehow back or by the parking, you help to animate the street, and it's a small detail where you locate these things, but perhaps think about that. On the massing and articulation of the building, I agree with what my colleagues have said, but maybe what I'll say is a statement I jotted down here, that the building is really a large urban mass, and it's quite suitable to the future as we see El Camino Real developing into. That's what our design guidelines are asking, that's what other people are doing, but we really need to acknowledge it's not compatible right now. As one of the speakers said, there's nothing this size within half a mile. It's a very large building. And I believe it just puts the burden on you as the developers to do it better, to do it more sensitively. And that means having perhaps more detail or more refinement or sophistication, or as Ozma said, some understanding and sense of play. Right now, it's a fairly large shoebox. The most I can see is 2 colors of plaster or 2 colors of material. How about a roof cornice? How about some special treatment of the entrance? How about a little bit of detail or some awning at the windows? All these things are in the architect's toolbox to make this building not an unimaginative part of El Camino Real. And I think you just need to work on that a little bit more, because we are essentially approving this as something for the future of El Camino, but we're not there yet, so you really need to be cognizant of that. The last comment to follow up on that is I understand that it's affordable housing, but almost the burden's even higher than to make it so that it doesn't feel like that to the town and everybody else. Right now, driving by, it's not the Huxley in Redwood City, which is a real fancy-looking building. But we don't want to make that statement. We want the opposite to be true. We want all housing to be nice, to be good, to make people feel happy to be going home, not like they're second-class citizens. And this design right now just feels a little bit too much like it's sort of on the budget side. I know it is, but you have to take that challenge doubly hard. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. So I can't read my own handwriting, is why I take notes on a computer. Thank you to the applicant for the presentation, for neighbors for coming to speak to us. I have never, of course, as an architect, worked in design of affordable housing or multiple family housing, but I have spent years working on the financing of those things from the point of view of public agencies trying to encourage them, and I know how complicated and difficult and perverse our funding of this kind of housing is in this country at this time, and then for the last 40 years. So my thoughts. It certainly is a complicated set of setbacks, height limits, what do we call those horizontal? What do we call the diagonal?
Bulk plane
Daylight planes, concerns about shading. We certainly need solar and shading studies so that we can really understand what this building would do to adjacent structures. Sometimes it might seem to people that we're making somewhat random comments, but we're going towards a set of standards that we're required to apply. And one of them is that the design of this building will enhance the living conditions on site and in adjacent residential areas. So things should be better when we're done than when we started. The upside of this site is that you're working from a pretty low base in the sense that these are not well landscaped sites. They don't buffer the noise or the impact, the psychological impact of a state highway. The downside is that they do, given their present low intensity uses, probably not cause a lot of parking problems themselves. That seems to be generated by our general parking shortage in Palo Alto. I live in downtown North, where because of the presence of restaurants, we're not dealing in a neighborhood where everybody goes home at 5 or 10 either. We have steady parking demand from early in the morning till late at night, and I will say that the residential parking program has made it possible most of the time to park within a block of my house, which is where my guests need to go. So I look forward to seeing more information from the city and the applicant on how the present system works or doesn't work, what kind of deficit position we may already be in on this street. I think as we look at the redevelopment of these buildings fronting on El Camino, the city, we look at design side by side, as people have pointed out, which has its limitations, but the city definitely has a set of guidelines which anticipates bigger, higher buildings along El Camino, closer to the El Camino frontage. In a sense, they're trying to make El Camino itself have boundaries and edges. And one of the things that we lose when we do that is incidental views of the hillsides. One of the things we gain is a sense of presence as we go down El Camino, which I've been going down since 1964, where it really didn't have much of a presence. But we see Kirtner, we see Lindner, we see Wilton, we see these streets, and we need to think hard about how these new turns into those streets work. We need to think about and hear from staff on how does the El Camino frontage work there? Could it be better? We've heard that visibility is impaired because of the Palo Alto habit of parking as close to the corner as possible. Is that still appropriate here? How would the pedestrian and bicycle access work as we go around those heavily impacted corners? Where would somebody wait for a ride-hailing system? One of the things that the El Camino design guidelines require is pedestrian-friendly access. Where are the benches available for the general public walking down this street, or available for your own residents and their friends? We need to see that. We need at least minimal pedestrian amenities, though I would say that your building with its more interesting facade and its landscaping is an improvement over what's there right now. I live in a group of 2-story and 1-story residences adjacent to a 4-story building. It provides us with buffering against a higher traffic thing. But part of the reason it works, even though the driveway is on the side street, is because it's landscaped within an inch of its life. It has a landscaped garden over that podium that's visible to the public as they walk along that sidewalk. It has wisteria hanging down over the entrance. It has probably 6 to 8 foot hedges on one side. So it's a completely different experience than going into a dark, cavernous, unattractive drive. So there's a lot that can be done. There's a lot that needs to be done. I'm concerned about the tight access, so we need to know more about how it would work both for this building and the existing driveway, how trash collection would work. I get caught in my garage on occasion by the garbage trucks going by, so I need to add, and there's 3 of them, need to add extra time to get out on garbage days, or move before they get there. So how is that going to work? I do think that there are serious problems with an El Camino Real entry also, but I wait to see what further studies show. In terms of the design of the building, I like the sort of complicated fenestration, the placement of windows on the upper floors. I don't understand, looking at the elevations we had previously, how the ground floor windows strengthen and relate to that. It looks a bit random to me, or unintegrated. I'm also concerned with floor-to-ceiling glass adjacent to a busily traveled sidewalk at the ground level if it's not a retail space. That doesn't seem to me to be optimal in terms of having uses that you want to look at. I don't want to look at wastebaskets and people's feet as I walk by the sidewalk, and I probably don't want to have them exposed. So I know this started out with some retail, but it doesn't have it anymore, so I'd like some more thought on where those windows actually should go. I don't think every guideline, and they are in fact guidelines, meets every zoning requirement, so we're going to have choices to make, but we shouldn't abandon them with respect to pedestrian amenities or ground floor transparency. Those are both achievable. It looks like we have an existing neighborhood parking deficit. It's not the responsibility of this project to solve existing problems, but it is not to make it worse. I think that the way we signify, the way we show that a project is residential in this area is with lavish and significant landscaping, not just juncus. Not to say that you're using juncus, but it needs to be big. It needs to have flowering things. It needs to not be industrial. I mean, that's the way we signify that a use is residential and not office. Not that some offices don't have pretty fancy landscaping. The issue of lights shining into the adjacent residential is important and should be manageable. I agree that the parking calculations need to depend on not the possible number of accessible parking spaces. This is a project where parking ratios are set by state law, not by us. And so I'm sure they will be set specifically that way. One of the issues here is that El Camino is in fact changing everywhere and becoming higher. I don't think that a series of rectangular buildings has to be a problem. I mean, There are spectacular neighborhoods around the world that have a basic design shape, and they repeat it, and they're great. And they're great because of the quality and detailing of the buildings, and I would say in the case of a temperate climate like ours, the landscaping that makes it a pleasure to be there. There's a great old article called Our National Heritage or That Rat-Infested Slum, and it's about Georgian terraces, which are very repetitive. And we're treated by planners looking to modernize as that rat-infested slum, and we're saved by the irate neighborhoods. And that was probably a good thing. But my point is, it's okay with me if you have a box, because that's efficient, but it's not okay if it's not beautiful on some level. I don't think I disagree with anything my colleagues have said, except perhaps I'm okay with boxes as long as they're beautiful. Or as we say in our standards, something about excellent architecture and high aesthetic quality. I think outdoor spaces are important. I think they need to be designed with an eye to the acoustic and visual privacy of the neighbors, the existing neighbors who live there. Sometimes that involves landscaping that sets the users back further from the edge. There was a comment about smoking. I think that local regulations may preclude that anyway, but we should know for sure, because certainly that's not anything. We do need a sun and shade study. And I think that's it for me. I don't think our comments have created conflicting instructions. I did review the minutes from the City Council's pre-screening of this project. Whether this is a suitable site for affordable housing with these modified zoning standards is not our call. That's the call of the City Council. Our responsibility is to look at this project in light of the specific standards that we apply, and that's what we'll be doing. I agree that if more of the parking were underground or compact because of the use of stackers, it would be better. In the testimony in front of the City Council, there was a concern about the continuing operational costs of stackers. There was a quantified number there. So I don't know it's possible, but it's unquestionable that if more of this were underground, it would be a building that fit in better and was more accommodating to and enhancing of the neighborhood. I look forward to additional information from the staff, particularly on parking and transportation, and from the applicant on the operation of the building and its impact on adjacent properties and how that works in a way that works. Anything else before we close?
I have one quick follow-up on the parking stackers. You might want to look at Stanford's Mayfield affordable housing project on El Camino. I think that was a bridge. Is that bridge? Mm-hmm. So they have parking lifts at grade, and I think they were triple-decker stackers, and so they might have some sense for cost. And I think I've heard third hand that the tenants don't like them. So I would think that you'd be interested in that as well, if there is an issue there.
Thank you, Alex. And I should say that I am very pleased to have this project in front of us. We look at a lot of projects that are for either office space or unaffordable housing, and this is a good change of pace. And mindful of our obligation to those who live there already and those who will be coming, we'll do our best. Thank you. We'll take a 5-minute break before our next item. Oh, we need to make a motion to continue this to a date uncertain. Is there such a motion?
Oh, well, I was just going to add one more thing really quick. For opportunities to add interest to the facade in addition to shading devices, I'd also written here, I didn't mention these, that punched reliefs is an option, and then also balconies give the project residential feel. Doesn't have to be very deep. It could even be Juliet balconies that don't even add square footage, but they still kind of create different interest and sort of gives building more residential feel. So, sorry, I forgot to do that earlier.
Those are the balconies from which you cry, Romeo, Romeo, why for art thou?
Juliet balconies don't have any depth. They're
So
sort
like
of like
some
doors.
people call them French
And then you
balconies,
have
yes.
a guardrail.
Got it.
Yeah.
Good idea, Osma. I move that we continue this project to a date uncertain.
Is there a second? Okay, motion by Balde, second by Lou to continue this project to a date uncertain. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously, and we will take a minute break now. Thank you. Thank you. We'll reconvene the Architectural Review Board. We are on item number 3, 3200 El Camino Real. This is a proposal for a new hotel. This is its first formal review. I should say that while it's a formal review, the application is not yet complete because the environmental work has not been completed under the California Environmental Quality Act. This is consideration of a major architectural review to allow the demolition of an existing 16,600 square foot motel and construction of a new 4-story, approximately 53,600 square foot hotel. The applicant has also requested of the city a zone change to remove the existing 50-foot special setback along Hanson Way. Does anybody have any conversations to report? Okay, no ex parte conversations. Has everybody viewed the site?
Yes.
Again, I haven't been there in the last 2 weeks, but I know the area pretty well.
Anybody else?
I visited the site yesterday.
Robert, you've seen the site? And I have seen the site. All right, staff.
Yes, thank you. Sheldon Ossing, contract planner for the city, and thank you for the introduction of the project. The project does include the demolition of an existing motel that was constructed in 1947. That was prior to the establishment of that 50-foot special setback. And this project is at the intersection of El Camino Real and Hanson Way, and that is the entry, one of the entries into the Stanford Research Park. This project does include the architectural review as well as the zoning amendment. The project will receive recommendation from this board as well as recommendation from the Planning Commission, and then those will be forwarded on to the City Council for their final decision. Some site characteristics about the project. It is within the CS Service Commercial Zoning District. That will remain. Some flat topography for the site, surrounded by commercial and as well as a research park across from Hanson Way. Mainly it's low intensity type of development. Along El Camino, there's some transition to some newer buildings as you were discussing earlier today. The images there on the screen are both along Hanson Drive as well as along El Camino Real to provide some context of the development in the area. There were some prior meetings for this project. It did go through a preliminary board meeting back in 2015, as well as 2 pre-screenings with the City Council addressing the issue with the special setback. And then we had a preliminary ARB last year regarding this project. So there's been some changes along the way from those meetings. So some of the issues identified by the board at the last preliminary meeting was the relationship with the fish market property, having the 3rd and 4th story modulate along that property side, as well as enhancing the plaza area, providing some more screening for that type of amenity. There's also a comment about the continuity of the sidewalk. The sidewalk along El Camino Real is at 12 feet, and then it tapers down to 6 feet along Hanson Way. So this is a site plan of the project. It shows the footprint. The building does cantilever over a little bit on the plaza side as well as the back rear end of the property. Presently, the site includes a driveway from El Camino Real. With the new project, that will be eliminated, and the access for the site will be along Hanson. That will include loading zone as well as any drop-offs, or the project is also proposing valet, so that would be a part of the project where someone would stop. And also as trash would be taken from that entry as well. In this image, you can also see that the pork chop that exists now at the Hanson intersection would be eliminated. So some of that property is going back to the project site and allows for more enhancement of that plaza area. These are some perspectives that were included in the packet. The applicant does have a robust presentation that will show, I think, a little more detail of these, but just helps the public view the project. This is from across the way at the intersection of Hanson and El Camino Real, showing that plaza area. You can see that it would include some low walls and some screening to help with some of the noise that is associated with El Camino Real. Again, these are some other bird's eye view as well as images from El Camino Real from the other side, taking into consideration the fish market. You can see that the second floor, you have a terrace with some landscaping along El Camino Real that wraps around Hanson Way, as well as the upper floors along El Camino Real do go inward, so that provides some relief from El Camino Real. And this is from the Hanson Way, and it shows the bike lane will be also enhanced with some protection. And these are just the straight elevation views showing some of the colors and materials that are proposed. And those material boards, as mentioned, have been updated. And then more elevations there. So some of the topics of interest that we want to at least get some feedback on would be the elimination of special setback, the elimination of the pork chop at the intersection, consistency with the context-based criteria and architectural review findings, compatibility with the El Camino Real design guidelines. The project does include a parking reduction request. Part of the project would be to include valet service, and that's indicated by the applicant that they could include at a minimum of 16 additional parking spaces. And with the valet, you can park within the drive aisle, so that does help alleviate with some of the parking deficiencies. And for a hotel, it kind of makes sense with the operations. It's one use where valet really makes a lot of sense. So we're still evaluating that with their transportation demand management plan, and we will bring that back the next time we're here with the board along with the environmental document. So some of the next steps is to complete that environmental review. We're really close to doing that and having that published, returned to this board for the recommendation. We will have public hearings with the Planning and Transportation Commission as well as with the City Council for their final decision. So the recommendation today is to consider the information presented and provide comment and continue the item to a date uncertain. So with that, I complete my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of staff before we hear from the applicant? Thank you. If we could hear from the applicant, please. You have 10 minutes. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Firth, Vice Chair Balte, and board members. My name is Yatin Tel. Our family owns and operates this.
Mr. Patel, could you, like everybody else, spell your name for the transcriber?
Yeah, first name is Yatin, Y-A-T-I-N. Last name is Patel, P-A-T-E-L.
Thank you.
Sure. So as I was saying, our family owns and operates this hotel. We've been in business for decades. It's been a long journey to get to where we are here today. We're, as a family, we're incredibly proud of the progress we've made, and I'll cede the microphone to our architect team with Jim Heilbronner.
Hi, good morning. Name James Heilbronner. Last name is Heilbronner. What I wanted to, I think you guys have a pretty good package in front of you. We gave you a package of what's on the screen also. So what I wanted to do is, one of the handouts I gave was a list of materials, so we're clear on the kit of parts that we're using, types of metals, glass, and painted stucco. That's a fairly simple list, but sometimes we all get caught up in what those are. The second thing I wanted to address, so I use up my 10 minutes wisely, is our responses to your comments at the last meeting from last June of 17. So one of the biggest concerns, I think, across the board was the northeastern corner near the fish market with respect to its, I'll just say, mass height and proximity to property line. So for clarity, the building on the north side is 10 feet south of the property line, which is further than it is today. Today it's probably 3 to 3.5. It varies a little bit. So because of building code regs and There's no setback requirement, but to have windows in the hotel, we need to be 10 feet away minimum. So that area is landscaped, half of it's landscaped 5 feet, and then there's a crushed granite exit way, an access way for fire department, for firemen to go back and forth, east-west, if you will. On that corner, the second, I think the second slide, is this just a forward thing? So if you look at the corner of the building, we chopped back the main balcony, and so we have more stepping in the north-south direction, and we've always had it in the east-west direction. As really dominated on the Hanson side, we have 4 step backs of the building to work on the mass, to carve it out of, has been discussed here today, the shoebox with different roof planes and elements going on to soften the building's facial facade. And of course, we have landscaping on the second floor to also scale the building differently than just a traditional box. The second item we picked up on, I think there's a lot of discussion about the pork chop. Make a long story short, the pork chop's gone. It's consistent with the city's transportation plan to not have them. So we'll be increasing the site, if you will, into the Caltrans property. It won't be the curve is going to be a smaller radius, and we'll pick that up in the sidewalk and effectively increases the plaza area. The second level deck, there was conversation about perhaps public accessing that. We prefer not to do that for security reasons. The plaza or the second deck is for hotel guests, access to maintain the plants, and there are some rooms with balconies up there. So it's really a hotel private area, but humans will still be up there, and there's adequate exiting for that without a second stair to the ground. The sidewalk dimension on El Camino is clearly 12 feet. The El Camino design standards talk about setting the building against a setback. We're a little further back, another 6 feet or so with landscaping. So we have a 12-foot sidewalk, landscaping, building on El Camino, which is a relatively short amount of frontage for us. It's a skinny site. I talked about the proximity of the building on a north property line. I think we just weren't clear about that in the first round. And item 7 was the same thing. So I think we've really softened up that northeast corner where you really primarily see it driving south on El Camino with green wall, step building, glass, and particularly the high roof that breaks up and gives a lot of shadow to the building. Item 9, or item 8, I should say, and N10 is about the cafe that we've proposed. The cafe is really a functional element of the hotel, which is pretty common today to have a small coffee, juice, amenity bar that in this case will be open to the public through the plaza. So we're talking about a small blade sign on El Camino to say you're here at the cafe. There's tables, chairs, umbrellas, screened off from both streets with planter walls and glass rail to try to reduce the noise. But the cafe is public, so there's no restriction other than operating hours. We don't know what those are yet, but most likely it'll be closed by somewhere early 9 o'clock-ish, 8 o'clock. So we're not restricting public access. The entrance was a discussion. The entrance to the cafe is off the plaza, which is probably 15 feet off of the El Camino sidewalk. The plaza itself has grown a bit because of the change in the pork chop, but it's a contained area with alternating stones that are on the color board that we brought, tables, chairs, more potted plants that we don't show, but pots that can be moved around. The type of surface we have in the plaza it's a posted up plaza deck, so we can route irrigation lines underneath it, so we can move pots around without trenching and digging things back up. And so pretty sort of a flexible, really, plaza deck that's hard deck, drains fast, drains well, and is flexible in how we move things around on top of it based on what's going on in the hotel. Another comment was on our driveway, which we've moved down to on the furthest part of Hanson that we can get. So we've tightened that up a bit. Staff felt the same way, where vehicles are coming in, making a right off of Hanson. The distance of the driveways there are quite good from the corner from a traffic interference point of view. And we've redelineated the street for the bike path, new delineators, signage, green stripes, et cetera, that are required by the city for the bike path that does continue down Hanson. Parking issues, well, to make a long story short, there's no parking on the site that you'll see. It's all underground. There's 2 levels. There's 82 parking stalls on the site, and with valet parking, we can really easily get to 100 cars here. So we want to manage the parking. It's appropriate for a hotel in this area to drop your car or self-park. It depends on the guest and how long they're staying, et cetera. Currently and historically, the parking count here, or the parking demand, has been about 70% for the 42 rooms that are here. The study, based on all kinds of traffic data nationally, points to the same statistic. So we think having 82 cars plus the ability to grow it in the aisles is appropriate, where there won't be any backup or parking on the street. The other comment was on interior spaces. I think the location of the cafe, the location of the fitness center, the size of the conference room, which actually is kind of small, but for this type of facility at 100 rooms, it's more than adequate. It's really more impromptu meetings, not a planned conference center or convention center. It's not really designed for that. And the fitness center, we deliberately put on El Camino to have some activity there, trying to meet with El Camino's, the design guidelines of, in this case, seeing people going nowhere on a bike. So those were, I think those are I covered the primary comments from last time. We've done some shifting since you saw it last, some design refinements, colors, proportions, that continues to gel as we're going into technical documents. So there's always shifts of joints and stucco edges, et cetera. So we've done some of that. I don't think it's hard to reconcile that unless you compare drawing to drawing. The corner element of the building is probably the last element, which is basically a stucco structure with posted out metal screening to give it a lot of shadow and a different look, if that'll turn with the sun as it moves around the building. We haven't finalized the pattern. It's really a custom metal pattern. Right now we're talking about bubbles, different size holes that'll let the light through. You'll kind of see more shadow than you will stucco color behind it. And that was the intention of the corner, giving it a...
Thank you. The previous speaker said it would be nice if I stopped people at the end of a sentence. My experience is the sentences don't end sometimes. But we will ask you, thank you very much for your presentation, and I'm sure if we have questions, you can get some more details. I don't have any speaker cards. Is there anybody, or do I have a speaker card?
You have one speaker card.
I do have a speaker card, great. Mr. Levinsky? We'll have 3 minutes.
Good morning. It's still morning. Board members, Levinsky, Levinsky. You received a letter from Becky Saunders, who's moderator of the Ventura area neighborhood, and I share her concerns about parking. And just trying to understand the parking calculations, it looks like there are various deductions that have been occurring here. We heard the cafe will be public, and so I think there's a concern that it's getting discounted or something in the calculation, so it's not being fully parked as it would be a public cafe. Also, I joke I'm the only person in Palo Alto who's ever read a TDM. And there's a company that you go to and you put in your name and address, and they do a few things, and out comes a 40-page TDM. And in there's lots of boilerplate about how you're going to appoint somebody to reduce your traffic and talk to your employees and things like that. But we've never heard that any of these work. We've never seen any studies that show that they accomplish things. So when hotels start talking about reducing parking through TDMs and things like that, does that really translate into removing the parking requirements or reducing the parking, or will the employees be parking across El Camino, as happens with Stanford, as happens with other businesses, and so intruding on the neighborhood? So I'd ask that a really good parking studies be done that look at the effectiveness of the reasonableness of any reductions that are given. One other thing was about, thank you for your thoughts about the looks of buildings and all that. When you drive south on El Camino, you're going to see this big wall, and I think if you go back to the rendering that was shown, the part that's pointing towards the hills seemed pretty unadorned. It's going to look like a big white wall with some windows in it. And I'm hoping that we can, there's nothing else around of that scale that's going to interfere. So either some robust trees or some good thinking might help solve problems like that. Thank you.
Mr. Levinsky, anybody else? Hearing none, I'll bring it back here. I have some questions for staff, but we'll start with questions for the applicant. Mr. Balte.
Thank you. For the architect, please. I'm trying to understand, on the third and fourth floor of the building, you seem to have what I would have thought are balconies, but seem to be setbacks in the building outside of the guest rooms on both the facades facing El Camino Real and Hanson Way. What is the function of those spaces?
The upper floors are basically step back, but the space in front of them are roofs, not balconies. That's a particular discussion with our client on saleability or usability of balconies. So we have a limited amount. We thought it'd be best that the larger spaces on the second floor, but not the third and fourth floor. So it's really a programmatic.
And then the same question on the second floor, further deep on Hanson Way, there's a large what I would have called a balcony again over the entry courtyard. What is the function of that space again?
The porte-cochere is strictly what it's intended is, a weather covering device for cars coming into the site, but high enough for fire trucks and to traverse underneath it. But basically it's a reflective white roof on the roof of the porte-cochere.
And in this case, all these guest rooms are looking at this reflective white roof. Is that right?
That's correct.
Thank you.
And is this a partially landscaped reflective white roof?
No.
No, the landscaping is all on the level below, but it shows as being on top of the porte-cochere.
Landscaping's on the second.
That's not the porte-cochere, sorry, that's the other, that's the cover of the plaza I'm looking at.
Right, landscaping's on the second level.
And the gravelled roofs, or the white roofs, are on the top of the second level, top of the third level, is that right?
Correct. Third and fourth, right.
Right, so.
And of course, the roof at large on the top.
Right. And could you explain to me how you arrived at the dimensions and color of the cantilevered element that faces El Camino?
The eyebrows, as I call them, were basically, when you're designing things and sketching things, you're looking at proportions and how things feel, and the wing shape of it, the sloped underside, and how far it cantilevers. I have to say that it's a feeling and a pencil using your aesthetic values if there's any left. And
after we're finished, is that the implication?
No, it just left as a career. And the color is. Those are also, you go through a number of color renditions, particularly with your client who has more emotional feelings about color as the owner of the building than everyone else. So it's a back and forth design thing.
Thank you. Any other questions of the architect? I'm seeing a lot of no's here.
You're welcome.
I had a question for staff. So at this site now, because of the low profile of the existing accommodations, you see a lot of trees behind it, right? big trees. And those are, remind me how the rear of the site works, whose property those trees are on, what that alley-ish space back there is.
Yeah, I believe you're referring to the redwood trees, and on sheet DR 2.1, it does show those trees those are on the adjacent property, and those are to remain and be protected.
And what is the adjacent property? Is that access to, that's private with access to buildings? I mean, it's a roadway, right? Or an alley, but not public? It's a driveway?
I believe, yeah, that's not a public way.
Parking lot driveway, okay. So those would stay. Well, since we're on sheet DR 2.1, and to prove that I read the fine print, it says, all sidewalks, curbs, and gutters in public right-of-way shall be violated to the property frontage? What is violating a curb?
Yeah, I think those notes have to do with construction, but maybe the applicant had.
Well, we won't spend a lot of time on it, but if you could check, I used to be a lawyer for a building department. I do not recall us asking them to violate sidewalks, but if you could check that, that may not be what we wanted.
I actually have a quick question for the applicant. If you could just briefly walk us through the material. So you have two kinds of cement plaster.
Two different paint colors on cement plaster. Correct.
And that's the white and the band.
The middle band of the building.
Band.
That's correct.
That's just one story.
Mm-hmm.
And the white is 2 stories.
Correct.
Give or take, but there's a parapet, so there's a bit more. And then there's 3 metal panels. One is the gray, that's the band underneath.
The gray is the lower first floor level, which are panelized metal panels that clip on the building.
Okay.
And then there's the screen mesh, that's metal number 2.
Okay, that's.
Or, I'm sorry, whatever metal that is. And then there's the window storefront, the aluminum, anodized gray, silver color that we're listing as one of the metals.
What about the graphite mica?
The last one is the large eyebrow. That's still a metal panel, but the darkest of the colors, sort of a charcoal.
Okay, and then how do the 3 types of glazing go together?
Well, you have typical dual glazing, relatively clear glass that you see through into the guest rooms and the storefront. Then there's some opaque panels, spandrel panels, where we're using glass, but you can't see through it because there's structure behind it.
Where does that happen?
That happens, you'll see that in the darker, like in some of the darker bands, the lower bands and down here at the base of the building. The lowest, my mouse isn't working here. The lowest level of the bottom windows. So that band where you would have tables against the windows, we don't like to have through glass. So there's basically drywall finished on the inside and spandrel glass that appears like glass, but you can't see through. It's all around town. The other glass is just basically clear single pane glass on top of the screen walls at the plaza for sound, as a sound barrier.
Okay, sound barrier, so their height is like?
The screen wall is about 36 inches and the glass goes up to about 5, so it's another 2 feet, 5.5 feet to block sound.
Sound barrier goes just to 5.5 feet.
Pardon?
The height of the top of the sound barrier is just 5.5 feet?
Mm-hmm, about my height, right here, somewhere right here. Not quite, a little shorter than me, sorry.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Am I allowed to bring up, can I help with one item?
You may.
If I just real quickly.
I will give you that privilege.
It's really relevant more than a parking study. We have built-in parking studies now. We did the Hilton Garden Inn here. Half the parking underground that we built is never used, ever used. The hotel's been open now for close to 2 years. That whole level of parking is not used. A project we did in Redwood City, the courtyard on the Highway 101, same thing. Now they're above level parking, but half used. So we're seeing, and we just finished one recently in Burbank, same thing. Downtown, whole block, half the parking is being used, half. And I'm talking when it's fully occupied.
Thank you.
It's good data.
it is interesting data, and at some future date, if this persists, doubtless neighborhoods who have parking problems will be coming to use those resources when the city changes its approach. So I'm going to take the liberty of going first because I have some design questions and my colleagues are better qualified than I am, and I'm interested in their comments. First of all, thank you so much for continuing to work on this project, and my thanks also to the city for, I think, making this a much more useful site, both for the property owners in the neighborhood. It's going to be a much better corner for pedestrians, for bicyclists, for car drivers. That's all good. I have a couple of concerns. I think they're all easily addressable, but they need to be addressed. I don't see adequate seating for people walking down El Camino as opposed to customers of your cafe or hotel. This is supposed to have pedestrian amenities that don't require buying a cup of coffee, so I expect to see more of that. Perhaps on the Hanson frontage too, though I'm less concerned. It would be good, but I'm less concerned about that since El Camino is a more traveled way, and we want to encourage that with this great intensification of use on this site. With respect to the cafe, I'm concerned still about the access. It looks a little awkward and tight walking into that narrow doorway right in the darkish corner. One possible approach, but the goal is to make sure that the general public knows it's there and begins to use it as they're wandering by or want a break from their office or something. One possible approach is to mandate signage so that as you walk back and forth, you see it and you know that you think and you go, oh, around the corner there's a cafe. But I think that's important. It was clearly important to the city council when they were looking at this. I find the fourth floor window alignments confusing. The windows are much bigger and they don't quite seem to make sense in relationship to the lower floors. And finally, the eyebrow element. These are very bushy eyebrows. I find them, at least in the drawings that you've given us, too big and too dark. We hear over and over and over again a couple of things. One is that people on this board and in our guidelines want a top to a building, and people who live in this area or live in the town want buildings to minimize their imposingness. There's got to be a better way of putting that. We have a really big cantilever on the Epiphany Hotel downtown, which predates the current iteration of the current use of the building. And it's unfortunate from every angle, in my opinion, including the upper floors of City Hall. When I look at these drawings, you have a lot of terracing back, you have space for some really good landscaping, you have this open plaza, and then we plop down this big, heavy, dark element at the top, and that seems to undermine a lot of the good you've been doing. So I would want that modified. I look forward to hearing what my colleagues have to say. That's interesting data about the parking. I had an operational question. So if I come over to meet somebody at the hotel, this is directed to the applicant, can I leave my car with valet parking?
Yes.
Okay, and if I come over to have a cup of coffee and meet a friend, I could do that too. Thank you. All right. I'm very fond of valet parking, especially the kind that doesn't charge. Who would like to go next? Peter.
Thank you very much for your additional presentations you gave us this morning. It's really quite helpful to have the multitude of eye-level perspectives of the building. We're not invested as much time into this as you have, and it's really helpful, even if they're sketchy and not full renderings. So I'd encourage you to keep providing those for us. Many of my questions are answered just looking at those renderings. The project before us this morning, if you were listening, suffered from a lack of detail and inspiration on the architecture, we think. And I think your project, by contrast, is doing too much. I'm not sure if that's coming from the architect or the client, but for example, take the facade along El Camino Real. From the bottom, you have a heavy metal wavy pattern. Then you've got a step back a series of portal frames with a plaster base, then a row of windows, then a detailed, deeply recessed element with heavy pillars, and then the roof eyebrow. That's 5 or 6 different architectural vocabularies. And I could go around the building and find that almost everywhere. I mean, that's not including the detailed concrete glass element you're proposing. It's just too much. It's not refined. It's not really sophisticated. It just feels like too much. And I think if you could just restrain your hand a little bit and try to limit it a little bit and think more about how these things merge together. I don't necessarily share Wynn's sense that a large roof overhang is inappropriate, but it needs to somehow be working with the rest of the building. And you've got 4 or 5 different ins and outs and ups and downs and coming out. And it's not doing it for me, at least. I'm very concerned that all these terraces and stuff are not activated. There's not people, there's not landscaping. And we're trying to make El Camino Real a busy urban corridor where we are also trying to have tall 3- and 4-story buildings along that corridor. And what makes that succeed historically around the world is to have life, activity in those spots, those balconies, those windows. When you take a guest bedroom and set it back 5 feet with a hard reflective roof, there's never, ever going to be anybody there, any sign of life there. You've taken that away from the community forever. So on your building on the 2nd floor, you have a wonderful guest terrace that'll really be attractive, and guests will really like that. I go up a level and it's not there. I don't have anything. And the 3rd, and especially on the El Camino Real frontage with this very dramatic roof overhang and these pillars, and I was just thinking to myself, man, I would love to stay in that room. Except I wouldn't, because I can't go out there. I can't really experience it. I can't step out and look up El Camino and look down. And on the other side, I can't step out, and from there you have a view of the hills. It's really quite nice. On the Hanson Way side, it's a southern exposure. It could be lovely to come back from a business meeting and sit outside for a second. And you've got the perfect opportunity to do it, and yet you're not doing it. That's what activates the building from the outside. It enhances life on the inside. When I come down to the corner plaza, I find the same problem at a different level, that yes, you have a cafe there, but the cafe is so successfully tucked away and hidden. The door is just a single piece off to the side. I really would have to know it's there to feel comfortable going there. I want to see the cafe curve with the roof element above it. I want to see it somehow have evidence that there's tables and places to make it comfortable for everybody, not just from inside the hotel going out, but from outside looking at it. And these are details that can be adjusted, but what I'm troubled by is the consistent lack of your embracing that idea that corner, that plaza, that cafe is also a public space. Yes, it's private, you own the land, but it's something that we're looking for. You're getting a 50-foot setback adjustment. We're looking for you to help the community have some presence on that corner, some place where it feels comfortable to sit, to meet a friend for coffee. And I just don't see that in the design. And even if that's not going to be your operating intention, I think you should design the space such that that is possible. And that means making a coffee shop that addresses the courtyard and designing the courtyard so it's comfortable that way. As I look through your drawings, the other set of questions I have, and I just have notes all over the place, is about details. So I take your large corner element, the 3-story piece with, again, the concrete and glass element, and where you have these windows deeply recessed. How is that detailed? Does that material wrap into the thickness of the wall? Or is it sort of like I can see on your renderings here, where it's just a 2-dimensional surface and there's some sort of a metal soffit or something? When you do that deeply recessed window, it's all about the details. It's all about how that surface is treated. On your 2nd floor, you have this curving parapet wall, metal panels, but there's got to be a cap of some kind on top of that. Your detail shows just a minimal sheet metal piece, and I think it visually needs more. I think you should show some detailing and give some more thought to how that's going to work. I won't go through all the details around the building, but I found that there was a bunch of places where I just wanted to see a little more thought into integrating these components. So on the one hand, I'd like to see you reduce the number of pieces. On the other hand, detail them a little bit more carefully, perhaps. I'll pass on making any comments on the materials now. I just saw the board for the first time this morning. I'm eager to hear what everyone else has to say. Thank you.
Hi there. Thank you for your presentation, your project. I have to agree with a lot of what my board members have said already. I'll kind of go in the order that I wrote my notes down in, though, just for ease. One thing I noticed is that on your southerly elevations, which are sort of the southeast and southwest, I don't see a lot of shading, and so in terms of efficiency, I talked about shading in the previous project as well, but I have to emphasize why I feel like it's very important to talk about it, because in terms of building efficiency, that side's going to get a lot of sunlight and will add to your heat gain. And at the same time, you do have a very sort of plain-ish facade on that side, and I understand it's not the front and center part, but at the same time, that still is a street frontage, and people are going to walk by there, and I think that side deserves some visual interest in terms of dimension, scale, relief, so that it doesn't feel like a wall, that it could have something that comes out, whether the the window is recessed or there's something that sticks out that shades, and that could maybe tie better to some of these other architectural elements that you're already putting in here, like this big shading element at the top, which I agree at the moment feels a little alien. The relationship that it has with the rest of the building is a little unclear because it happens once, and that really awesome sloping form doesn't happen anywhere else. And so I think there's an opportunity here where you can sort of think about what is the design relationship and the design concept that you're trying to push here, because I think what's happening is getting lost a little bit. And what I mean when I say design concept is, what I really care about is a relationship that is derived from the massing and the materials and how it relates to us as humans, not just visually, but even operationally. This really fun metal mesh, I really like that material. I think it adds a lot of detail with, sort of an efficient way to do it. It happens here, and then I think in this render it's missing at the top, but I see it in the other renders, so I'm assuming there is more of it on top per your material board. So it does happen in these places, but I feel like it's such an important part that the other places that it happens, like behind the green wall, it kind of gets lost. It'd be really nice to have this really hide-and-seek relationship with this really awesome material and this otherwise plain material, but really make that what your building is about. Right now, it's kind of a one element that you're putting here. It's nice, but it doesn't tie in as well as it could with the rest of the building. In terms of the perforation pattern, the bubbles seem nice. I do like a lot of the other patterns that you've shown here as well, that add a bit more angles and a bit more dimensionality. So I would encourage you to explore something other than the bubbles. I've seen the bubbles around a little bit, but again, it's sort of your choice, and it also will depend on how you choose to better integrate it with the rest of the building. At the same time, in terms of the palette of the building, I see white, light gray, dark gray. These colors are kind of on the cold side, which I know is pretty popular now. It's also, I think it can make the project feel a little stark. So I would encourage considering adding color in some way to sort of add a little bit more life to the project, and greenery is one way to do it if you decide to do that more. If you decide not to do that, then maybe adding color might be an option to do it, or maybe something that kind of brings a little bit more warmth to the building. I agree with board member Balte that on the Hanson side there's these views and a lot of opportunities. It's also sunny on that side. It would be great to have a balcony or patio or something that actually embraces, that condition that you have, where you have great views, you have great sunlight. It's kind of a nice opportunity on there. I do appreciate the other landscaping elements that you've put in here. The green walls are a nice touch, and the other landscaping on the patio is nice to see. I do agree the coffee shop does feel hidden. It was a little hard to find actually on here. It was getting a little confused. This is my first time looking at the project also, so I apologize for that. But yeah, it would be nice to sort of have that area seem a little bit more welcoming to the public. And I'll leave it at that for now.
Thank you. Alex?
So thank you for your presentation. I'm largely supportive of your project. You've made a lot of, like all the big design moves. I think you've done well. So I think my comment here, I guess here are my comments. One is we do have Rebecca Sanders' comment about the parking requirement, and I think that's at the discretion of the director and not the board. I think I just want to say but in general, a lot of the hotels have, like if you go in the middle of the day, the parking lots are empty, almost empty. And that's my observation too on visiting the site. And that's actually when the staff are there, like housekeeping staff, and also if there happen to be customers of the cafe, I would think they would be there in the middle of the day at this given site. So I think that it can all work. I think there was also she had a comment about, like a restaurant use. And I did want to make a comment that on El Camino, we have several different zonings. So we do have like neighborhood commercial and service commercial, and then we also have some downtown zoning for the California Avenue area. And I think that the different zones are intended to address neighborhood needs as well as broader community service needs. And I think this was zone CS and not CN, and I think that was done on purpose. And so I don't think that we really have the neighborhood commercial driving this particular zoning requirement. On the massing of the project, I'm generally largely supportive of the project. I think that the ground floor base and the step-backed massing of the upper floors, I think, is working really well. On the colors, I think I share the concern with the colors that my other board members have mentioned. I think with regard to the design elements, I think, Peter, you're saying there are too many. And in a way, I disagree, because I think on large buildings, actually more is better. I think usually architects tend to try to make everything too uniform on buildings this scale. But I actually completely agree with you about like the merging of the different elements. And I think that that's what I was struggling with when I was looking at the plans yesterday. I think some refinement could be made, and I think my view is like keeping all your design elements, but just looking at how they all intersect with each other, and maybe trimming back the overhang on El Camino slightly. I think there's just some little tweaking that could go on to make this to make it work better than it is. Thank you for the landscaping. I think you added some trees along the side property line. They're not showing that well in the renderings, but there are, like, I think on the like the fish market side, I think there are evergreen podocarpus, and then you've got some green screen with ivy closer to the street. And I was wondering if you would just show the green screen, maybe continuous. I think instead of just individual panels, maybe considering possibly making it more continuous. Also with ivy, you don't necessarily need green screen. It depends on the vine. I'm not sure exactly which species of ivy you have. Some of them can stick to some of them can stick directly to the stucco, although they will cause some damage. Other vines, you do need the green screen, like twining vines, you do need the green screen. It seems like you don't have space to add trees up near the front. And then with regards to, and then also on landscape, we do have like a native plant finding. Yep. And I think you meet the minimum requirements for that. I think you're showing like a lot of, like pittosporum and Chinese fringe flower shrubs. I think I would argue that maybe there are native options for that. I think it's a little tricky because there's like sun and shade. They're in sun and shade, and that makes it a little bit harder to find a native plant. And also, I think if you're trying to keep things low, I think that also makes it harder because a lot of native shrubs can be like 10 feet high, which I think is too big for this particular location. And then lastly, I think on the materials, I think you're showing the perforated, or it's not perforated, the custom metal panel up on the mechanical screen. And I think that it can work. I do want to caution you that we did do that on one project at the Hoover Pavilion. We approved a perforated metal screen, and you can see right through it and see all of the equipment. On that particular building, it's like an old building. It's like very narrow floor plate, so the mechanical screen is close to the edge of the building. So you've got a much wider building, and so the screen may not be that visible from the street. But I do want to caution you about that. But I do like that particular custom metal panel at the corner. I think that's working well. I do support the previous comments about making the cafe more visible from the street. And I think I also do support Ozma's comments about sun shading. I know it's come up before on other projects, like the Hilton Garden Inn, where the owner really didn't want to do any sun screening and wanted to rely on high-performance glazing. And so I do understand that's an issue with some building owners. So that's where I'm at. I'm generally in favor of all the big design moves on this particular project. I'm happy to see some revisions come back to the board.
Okay. I think I sort of fall a little bit in between my fellow board members' opinion. I can sort of see, I guess, what you were going for. Let's face it, this is a 40-mile-an-hour street, and you want to catch some attention, and this is the type of building that will do that. I think the problem is that I understand the whole concept of and I think you carry it to almost the extreme here, the whole base, middle, and top idea, but I think there's some of the things I think you have to understand that this community is very particular or very attuned to the size and mass of a building like this. Is that you've heard from our previous discussions this morning that putting an eyebrow that big and making it that dark just stands out incredibly. I'm not saying it's a bad design the way it is, but the way it's done in this particular location, it goes back to the whole concept of the building fitting into its environment. And I think this is just, there's too much. And this is what I agree with Peter on, is that it seems like you've spent all the money, so to speak, on the corner. And so there's 8 different varieties of textures. Like you said, the whole idea of using the perforated screen for screening the equipment on the roof, I think that's totally a waste of money, because I know that screening isn't cheap. And I agree that that's not something you want to focus on. I'd just as soon make that disappear. If you're going to put an eyebrow on the side, the Hanson side, it needs to be bigger than that or something. It's like if you're going to do something, then do it to the proper proportion. Seems like the one on El Camino is too big and the other one's too small if you're going to do it that way. It also has a situation where about a third of the elevation on Hanson and then the elevation on El Camino are way over the top, and then the rest of it is a relatively bland rectangular box, which makes the previous one we had actually look exciting. So, I mean, if you're going to do that, a building like this is a four-sided building. I think it needs to be addressed as such. So, like I said, there's so much going on at the corner that I think that needs to be toned down, and the rest of it I think needs to be enhanced. I agree completely that you've got all kinds of opportunity for balconies and terraces, and you're not using them. The roof of the portico share would be a perfect example of that. And all you're doing is for those rooms there looking at a big white reflective spot, I agree, which is, it's probably the most cost-effective thing to do, but I don't think it really enhances the whole idea of trying to make this a communal area. As far as the cafe or the cafeteria, I agree that that's probably going to be an asset. I mean, I guess probably the main reason, because I mean, at least the literature I was reading that we were given is that part of it is based on the parking requirement, not so much on the reality of what's going to happen. I think it needs to be brought out into the corner. If we're going to try and make El Camino at all more of a walkable area, it has to be enhanced rather than stuff somewhere in the corner. I would say that's probably it for the moment. I pretty much agree with most of the other things that the other people have said.
Including me. Thank you. I had a question for staff. So are there zoning or code implications for using those upper level roof/balcony spaces? Can they be landscaped? Can they be open as amenities to the hotel rooms without causing problems under our code? Is it the applicant's choice, basically?
Yeah, there's not a zoning issue with that. I mean, there's building codes that they have to address.
Yeah, could the applicant give us any insights into your thinking about this?
I'm sorry, what's the question on the balconies?
Using the upper floor balcony-like spaces, in fact, as accessible areas and or planting areas, landscaping areas?
They would have to be pots of some kind, not built-in landscape planters. The upper part of this building is wood frame construction, so the floor-to-floor height is just that, I'll say, minimal for a hotel. And because of the floor framing system, we don't have the thickness to create the waterproofing system that we'd like to have, that we can have on the second floor, because the second floor is concrete, it's a podium deck. So one of the ingredients to not have balconies is the complexity of waterproofing those decks, which are effectively on spaces below. So we don't have the luxury of height to do that. We have a 50-foot height limit, which is not bendable. And
we're familiar with the height limit, yes.
Right. So that's one of the ingredients that went into those upper spaces would not be. That doesn't preclude not having pots of landscaping there, which
with light soil mix and careful watering.
Right, and the roof color is being generated by criteria of the state building code. So it's a green building. It's not about our choice to have a lighter reflective roof. We can tone it down to more of a beigey color, but it can't be traditionally the darker roof color. So that's just something we're all dealing with in architecture with respect to when you look out and you're stepping the building back, trying to carve the building, then you have a roof, and then you have windows, and you're going to see it. So there's these catch-22s in design.
Thank you. Yes.
Sorry.
Esma.
I was going to say, I think the issue is not that the roof is white necessarily. I think we all agree that it's sustainably responsible to make that white. I think more of it is just that there is this open space that is in front of a room that is an opportunity both for the person who's in the room and for people on the street to look up and see activity or to see green. And I think that's really what we're getting at. It's not really about changing the color of the roof, unless you guys disagree.
Yeah, well, I mean, views are an issue, as the views are to the north that you talked about, which adjoining us completely is a black parking lot. So there are heat gain issues and views that aren't that pleasant everywhere you go. So it's just, it's a dilemma with placing a building.
Okay, could we hear from the owner on their thinking on this? To say your thinking?
On balconies or?
On the use of those spaces and those.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of things. I think on El Camino, I mean, in our experience operating, when guests come, they don't want to be on El Camino. They just automatically associate El Camino traffic noise with being the noisiest part of the hotel. And so very often we'll get requests, hey, just set me back apart from there. As far as the idea of, people wanting to use balcony space in these areas, I mean, I guess to the west, there's just large redwood trees. On El Camino, I'm not sure that anybody wants to use, I mean, we're providing it on the second floor. I'm not sure how many people are going to demand.
What about the Hanson
balcony.
frontage?
On Hanson, so I think on the second floor, we've got balconies. I mean, some of this is just, I think, a cost issue on the third and fourth floors. I mean, I don't think we can provide balcony space for each guest room. I mean, I don't know about ADA issues on balcony, no, okay. But some of it's got to do with cost on the third and fourth floors. I mean, I think.
Appreciate it.
One other comment, I think, I know we're very focused on like activating the space, and I mean, there's got to be some sort of privacy for hotel guests. I know like the second floor initially, I don't know if it was council or ARB, suggested activating the second floor for public use or even just hotel guest use as a common space. But, when people come back from work, I mean, they just want some sort of quiet space. And I think we've created the plaza space and then on the interior sort of a common meetup space as well to kind of keep all of the common activity on the first floor so as to not disturb guests on the other floors.
Any other questions of the owner?
I just had one last comment, though, on the balcony issue. Is on wood frame buildings, if you try to do a roof deck, you can do it like the cheap way, right, with like coatings.
Those are the ones that fall down?
No, well, yeah, the elastomeric coatings. So it's kind of high maintenance. It does require maintenance every year, and some owners don't want to do it. And then if you do it like a more expensive way with like pedestal pavers, you're adding a lot of weight. I forgot offhand. It might be like 15 pounds per square foot or something. It's a lot, and it's relatively thick. You're adding. Yeah, but you're trying to make it level, right? With the there's the paver and then the pedestals.
There's different ways to.
Yeah, there are different ways.
It's not the weight. It's the composition of the cookie to allow it to get the right materials in it, to let it drain properly, not putting a deck right on top of plywood or trying to have a walkable and waterproof surface all in one. So it's a constructability issue for sure on the upper floors. It's not weight or code or accessibility, it's composition.
Okay, Peter, did you have an additional comment in this conversation?
Well, I just want to be clear, because you've come back before us, look, the record was since 2015. I'm sure you want to get your building approved. You have heard from the board consistently about the cafe, about activating El Camino. You've heard from City Council. They've said the same sort of things to you. I'm not hearing you come back to us saying, yeah, we're going to look at it. You're telling me it can't be done. I build buildings for a living. You can put balconies on wood-framed buildings. There's many ways to do it. You can put plants there that are not just a pot. We're looking for a back and forth here, not just being told something technical. So if you could just try to work with us, your building really will be approvable. Alex is right. This is a handsome building, and it's got a lot of potential, and it'll be a great addition to the town. We're delighted.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you to the applicants. I had a couple comments on the landscape plan that I forgot. One is it's very helpful if the Plant list is something bigger than agate type. I can just barely read it as it stands, but if you need to put it on a separate sheet, please do. And I think a number of those plants don't, particularly the bushes and trees, don't particularly meet our standards. I mean, I know we've got extra constraints on street trees, but these are not either local or good habitat plants. Our research indicates that Berkeley sedge is not a native, by the way, but in any event, I'd like some larger plants that meet the goals of our findings, if that's feasible. And I echo Ozma's comments on the colors. I think one of the characteristics of the southern part of El Camino and of the town has been that it's leafier, quieter, definitely funkier. And one of the things is it's rather soft colors. It's rather warmer colors. And so a very cold black, gray, white palette, and we just got these material boards today, I don't think is particularly desirable. Okay, anybody else want closing words before we completely confuse the applicants? I hope we've gotten some clear understanding of our thinking.
I just want to add one thing, and I want to agree with my two fellow board members here that I'm not a real fan of somebody coming up saying, no, we can't do that. If 3 out of the 5 of us here think that it's something at least worth investigating, it may be a little bit more difficult than, but I mean, I'm sure we've all done it. I've designed it. I'm sure that a couple of my members here have done the same thing. So it's not a matter of it can't be done. Now, maybe it's more difficult, whatever the case is, I don't really care. But as Peter was saying, is your goal is to get past us to a certain extent, or get our approval of it. And we have an understanding for what this community is looking for. And so I think you need to work with us. I don't think we're being totally unreasonable, demanding some sort of, amazing comments. No, I don't need the response.
No, I wasn't arguing. I was just pointing out how we derived
I'm saying
it.
this doesn't need to be a discussion.
Okay.
I'm just making a point.
Time out, everybody. Thank you for your comments. So let me just go down quickly in the list here to try to see where we have consensus so you can understand what we're thinking about. 2 of us commented that we'd like a different color palette. Is there any other conflicting or agreeing views on that from the other 3 of you? Looks like a matter of indifference.
I support those comments.
Okay, so that's a consensus, a majority, a slight majority. I think there was a consensus on having a cafe that welcomes the general public along El Camino. People are nodding their heads on that one. Anybody disagree with me about the need for seating along some of these frontages that's available to the public?
Of course.
No. Well, yes, how dare you? But it's not, people don't know what we say every time, though. I know you do a lot of thinking about what we think about. I will tell you that part of the reason for wanting people out on those balconies and whatnot is that it does enliven it. I also want landscape that's significant in size and visible, achieved in some way. I think of Juncus as a very small plant. I think that's probably as much direction as we can give. Staff, do you have anything else?
There was some conversation about the eyebrows and the amount of textures.
There was. I think there was generally a consensus. The big moves, as Alex said, are well done, but that the other elements are not sufficiently integrated at the moment. And at least some of us think that there's too much eyebrow on El Camino and maybe not a well-designed eyebrow on Hanson.
I don't have even, the biggest concern with the eyebrow is not even so much the size of it, it's the color. It's that it's ultra dark, which makes it stand out even more for a 4-story building that is pushing the max.
A little too eye-catching.
And just to add on to that I think it's also part of the conversation about integrating integrating an architectural concept throughout the building instead of just having it in one place. And that also kind of leads into this sort of, I know two of us talked about shading
right.
on the southern side.
And I would support you in that, so support for that approach.
So that could kind of be part of that conversation about
All right.
integrating.
Well, we're probably not adding more enlightenment, but I think those are all helpful comments, and thank you all for them. Do we need a motion to continue to a date uncertain? And Sheldon, is anything coming up in the environmental review that we should be thinking about between now and our next meeting? I know you haven't finished the documentation, but
We're still evaluating
what are the issues that
that.
have arisen? Have you probably identified the issues by now?
No historic, no major traffic.
Yeah, I mean, there's no traffic issues. The building's not eligible for historic listing.
It's under a plume or over a plume? A toxic plume?
That is the case, but there is mitigation that we're looking
It can
at.
be handled. So at the moment, you're expecting a negative declaration, so that everything that might cause a problem won't once the building's properly designed. All right. Motion, please, to continue to a date uncertain.
I'll move that we continue this project to a date uncertain.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Balte, second by Guyer. To continue to a date uncertain, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say no. Hearing none, this project is continued to a date uncertain. Thank you for your continued work on this project. Look forward to seeing you again. That concludes, I gotta get out of here. That includes our hearings for today. We have a subcommittee, and we have 2 sets of minutes. Somebody want to make a motion on the minutes for August 2nd?
I'll abstain from voting on the minutes.
You were not here?
And I haven't read them.
All right. We can continue it for one more day.
I'll move that we approve the minutes from August 2nd.
Are there
I have
any?
some comments on that.
All right. Is there a second, first of all?
You have comments, you said.
Okay, so I have comments on August 2nd. On page 17, there's a reference to the night school at Stanford University. And it's not night school like daytime, nighttime. It's actually KNIT. It's the
Knight Foundation.
It's the Knight Business School, like Knight Ritter.
KNIT, yeah,
KNIT.
KNIT, GHT.
GHT. On August 16th, minutes on page 11, I made a reference to pleached trees, which is PLEACHED.
Yep.
This is what they do in Paris. They prune the trees.
They whack the heck out of the elm trees. PLEACHED, sorry.
Yes, pleached.
It's peached with an L.
On page 18, there's a reference to Michael Harbour. I think that's misspelled as HARBOUR.
What's the proper spelling?
There's a U, right? It's not like.
Oh, sorry.
Yes. And that's all. So I can make
Second?
I will make a motion that we approve the minutes as amended.
I'll
Turn
second
you
that
into a
motion.
second? Fine. So motion by Lou, second by Balte to approve the minutes as corrected for August 2nd, 2018.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Nays? Abstentions?
Abstained.
All right, so 401. Motion passes. I would entertain a motion to approve the meeting minutes for August 16th, 2018,
Alex can do this time.
unless there are any amendments or corrections to suggest.
Actually, one of the corrections I made was for August 16th.
We'll take that as read. Why don't you make the motion?
Okay, I'll move that we approve the minutes for August 16th, 2018.
I'll
Second?
second.
No.
Balte second. So that's motion by Lou, second by Balte to approve the minutes with the previously mentioned correction for August 16th, 2018. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstaining?
Abstain.
All right. So 401, that motion passes. Board member let's see, we're going to have a subcommittee item, which is item 3945. Remind me who the subcommittee members are.
We have Board Member Thompson and Board Member Balte.
Thank you. We will let you go ahead with that, but meanwhile, are there any board members' questions, comments, or announcements?
I've been putting together an updated list of awards that recent ARB projects have gotten, and so we were up to 12 awards now, just in the last couple of years. So I will pass that on to all of you, as well as the council and staff.
Thank you. It'll be helpful and a pleasure to see. Anything else?
I may be absent November 1st.
And I'm going to have to leave fairly promptly from the next meeting. I have a plane to catch, but not till 1 o'clock do I have to leave. So I'm puzzled, staff. Do we not adjourn? We mustn't adjourn the meeting now because we're going to run out of quorum now. We will adjourn this meeting, and the subcommittee will meet with staff immediately following this meeting. Thank you all for your attendance and courtesy, and see you.